Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second track of a presentation on the OCA days. First, we will start with a presentation of David Vidal from Tecnativa. He will introduce you some OCA modules, different kind of modules to handle sale promotion, some promotions on sale orders. And then we will maybe have time for questions, so you can type your question in the chat or in the Discord. I can put the link of the Discord, and I will give the speak to David to make him the presentation. So have a good presentation. So David, let's go.
Great. Thanks, Benoit. Let me share my desktop. And okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Vidal, as Benoit said, and I am Odoo developer at Tecnativa. Thanks everyone who's joining this talk, despite Fabian's attending. He's asked me anything in the other track. Thankfully, it's been recorded, so the rest of you will be enjoying it later on YouTube, and this comment makes no sense at all. Today, I'm going to showcase some of our latest developments extending Odoo promotions, which are available at the OCA in the new sale promotion repository, either in the 13 branch or in open pull requests that are yet to be merged to the same branch. As a note aside, Camp to Camp has also a good bunch of very interesting promotion modules as well, and you can find them in the sale workflow repository because sale promotion didn't exist. It's very recent. It's a very recent created repository, but they're not going to be covered in this talk because, well, I don't know them. And well, we're going to make a tour with our last developments. If you don't know Odoo promotions, what they are, how they work, you can take a quick tour on these odoo.com tutorials, which are great as an introduction. You also have this Odoo promotions webinar with it goes a little bit more in depth with the theme. However, I'll try to hint some context in order to follow the modus presentations. Okay, let's go into it. Odoo promotions is a set of modules that Odoo introduced in the enterprise realm in version 11 and released into community edition in version 13. We'll be discussing this version 13, although in the current version 15, some other modules like the point of sale compatibility and other things have been added to the family, which is composed mainly by these 4 modules, which are sale coupon, which is the one that holds the main data, the structures, the core methods, and so on. Sale coupon delivery, it allows, said here in the description, allows to redeem coupons or promotions to enjoy free shippings and so. Website sale coupon, it allows to redeem codes in the e-commerce, and is one that is a glue module between these other 2. To configure promotions, you can go to either sales or website if you have the commerce ready, and then to products, and you can choose either promotion programs or coupon programs. They are different sides of the same coin. They are the same model, but they are uh, the way the promotion is redeemed. It varies. This is made by coupons that you deliver to your customers or uh, to your salesman. And this is promotion, the bear promotion that you can uh, directly validate in the cellular. Okay, to configure the promotion at the beginning, this screen can be a little bit overwhelming, but can be better understood if we take this simple schema. Okay, so promotion is just made of some rules that can be uh, simple or really complex, and those rules, one another is evaluated against those rules, you get some rewards. And and if you don't get anything, the promotion is not applied. Okay, this is the simple scheme. So we'll be working with promotion programs, but everything is going to apply, I think, the same for coupon programs almost. Okay, let's see what we got here. These are the modules. We have got a couple or so more, but we'll be covering these ones, which are, I think, the most interesting. I made this classification. They're uh, just the classification I came up with. Um, there are rule modules, if you remember the scheme. Those modules who act in this part of the promotion. Reward modules. Oh, what? uh, which are over this part of promotion, and um, user interface, user experience modules. Okay, which is the use of promotions for users. There is also this technical module, which is necessary for these ones to work. So let's go first with the reward modules. I'm going to take this one sale coupon multiplier for a product. And what problem does it solve? Well, imagine you've got this typical promotion, which is I get two and get one for free. Okay. In Odoo standard, okay, here, look, remember the scheme. We've got rules and rewards. So in this part, in this upper part of the form of the promotion form, we've got the rules, and in this bottom part, we've got the rewards. Okay. So in order to configure it, you define um, your um, your filter on the products. You can define also filter on customers and so on. We're going to keep it simple. Uh, you define which product are you going to be um, checking that is already in the order lines, and which product are you going to reward. So there's a problem with this on how Odoo manages this. So I'm going to create a quick quotation, and whatever, I'm going to copy it so I can, and I will add, and you will expect, okay, I've got here my 2 units. Where's my reward? Okay, I'm going to validate the code in order to apply the promotion, and well, say something went wrong. You don't have to quite product quantities, but I have to. Oh, no. You need to have 3 units in order to get a promotion of a kind, buy two, get one free. And this is not very intuitive. Okay. If I change my quantity, indeed, I redeem my promotion codes, and here they are. Okay, what Odoo does is to, whenever you create a promotion, it automatically creates a new product attached to that promotion, which is a service. Okay, and well, that can be quite inconvenient because you're not going to be able to compute your margins. You have your prices separate from the mainline. I don't know. It's and the worst of it is not very intuitive because you have to add the unit to yourself. Uh, so that's why we created this other promotion, this coupon, this how is it called? The name is very large. Sale coupon multiplier free product module in order to solve this kind of stuff. So there's the two version 2. I'm going to check the same domain. References. Now it was some. That's one. And here you can see normally there are 2 or 3. I don't have the delivery discounts installed. Options here. This is the ones that we are in with those modes that I showed in the scheme. And we've got to check multiply of. Oh, well, and here we'll select our free products, and well, I can choose one or whatever quantity I want. And wait, and I'll go. Sorry. Oh, no, there was a thing. I thought there was something asking something. I'm going to use the code test 3 by 2. 2. And if I create a new coupon, I can choose this customer, and my units have to be 2. Save. And when I redeem my code, did I change it correctly? Let's see. It's not doing the right. Oh, sorry. I did wrong. This prod. I did prod wrong. 2. And here we are. Okay. What's the difference? We didn't need to add the product manually. We get the reward automatically when we just apply the coupon. And the line is linked to the same product that we are validating. So the margins Yes, we've got a line with a 100% discount, and the margins are going to be computes right for that product. And that I think is a good advantage. Okay, let's move on. Sale coupon multi-gift is similar to this one, but instead of test multi-gift, instead what solves if you can reward one product at a time, but what happens if you want to reward several products at the same time? Well, you can do it with this module. Okay, so you can choose quantity as well, and some gift options like this one, and I'm going to add another line with uh, this other product. Okay, I'm going to put a code. Where is the code here? And test multi reward. Okay, it's to understand. Okay, instead of getting a single product, you can get as many lines as you want. We'll see this later because I'm going to configure that. So here, an optional product. Okay. No, I don't want to configure this. Yeah, I want it to be different. Large task. Okay. Okay. We're going to see this right now. I want to move into the rule modules, which are these ones. Circupon limit, circupon criterion multi-product, and circupon incompatibility. I'm going to leave these ones for the last moment. Circupon criteria multi-product. What does it solve? Well, normally you can choose products using a product domain, but there are some cases that are possible or are really hard to configure. So what this module does is to add this option to change from domain to multi-product, and it links a related table on which I can configure some rules that has to be fulfilled in order to get the reward. So every line has to be fulfilled, so I can choose that large cabinet has to be 2 times at least that any of these products has to be at least 3 times. Okay, I can have 3 of one or this other, or 2 of this and 1 of this. This cannot be accomplished with a domain. So this is what this module solves. And to show you how this works, I am going to introduce you as well this other module, which is the this UX modules which are sale coupon order suggestion and sale coupon selection wizard. We're going to make a new order, say quotation, and I'm going to pick this large cabinet, and notice that this icon is now highlighted. Well, this is this is shown by the model sale order coupons suggestion, sale sale coupon order suggested. Okay, which when I click it, opens this wizard. Okay, this is provided by the coupon selection wizard. And here it is. It's suggesting me that I apply this promotion that we just made. And when I select it, oh, look at it. Here it is. My promotion um, enrolled with its rules and its rewards. So I know that I'm going to get a large cabinet and oh, look at it. I can choose between this reward. Okay, this is what we did here. When I configure gift options, I can I can allow to the I can allow the user to switch between rewards in this wizard. And I can configure uh, how much units I can I have to I want to add to my current order in order to enjoy this promotion because I have I only have this unit, but I need one more that's going to be added automatically. But as these ones are optionals, I can configure them, and when I do so, I can just add this one or this one. Okay, so once I once I'm happy with the promotion configuration, I just apply it, and it's going to check if it's possible to apply it. And here it is. Here are my rewards, and here are the products I needed to fulfill this promotion. And well, it's cool, isn't it? You can add it here as well. Well, I don't have any promotion that can be applied to this quotation anymore. Uh, and one limitation of this module, this sale order suggestion and sale coupon selection wizard, they work out together. This one is a dependency of this one. Okay, this one can work uh, um, uh, in a single mode, but it depends for now on sale coupon multiplier free products. No, not this one. Sorry, sale coupon multi gift and sale coupon criteria multi product. Okay, these are um, the only promotions that have these rules and have this reward type. These are the only promotions that can be used with the promotion wizard. In the future, who knows? It could be it could be made compatible with more promotion types, the core ones, or okay, it's not that easy. So we'll see if it can be improved. Okay. Um, for the end, just this other module, sell coupon limit and sell coupon incompatibility. Um, these ones are some other rules to the promotions. Sale coupon limit allows you to add a max customer application limit. You can, in the core, you can choose to apply or to limit on how many orders you can apply a promotions, but you can't choose how many times a single customer can use a promotion. Maybe you want to limit it to 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 you can put a limit of a single. code use. You put, for example, this code, you send the mailing with the code, but you only want that every customer use it just once. And you can put also salesman limits. It goes with that model also, because maybe you deliver some codes to your salesman and you don't want that they use it more times that established here. Okay. And you can also control how many times every salesman is using those promotions. So you can make your counts and so. Okay. And sale coupon rules incompatibility. Okay. Uh, what can we choose here? We can choose whether a promotion is incompatible with another one. Okay, because you can apply to your other you can apply uh, some several promotions to a single quotation or sales order. So maybe you don't want that two promotions are used all together. Sometimes when if there are promotions redeemed by code, you can only apply one. But if there are coupons or they are um, uh, global promotions, you can apply them all together. So to just say, well, I don't want this promotion to be compatible with this one, and when you try to validate it, it will be it it will be avoided to apply it. Okay. Um, Okay, yeah. Last but not least, the sale coupon auto refresh, which is a model that we co-authored with Camp to Camp, as we came up in version 12 with the same issue, or customers did, and we developed almost the same solution. And when we released it, we realized that it was the same. So, what does it do when you have a promotion here, promotion with no code, because you can use a promotion. You can choose to be automatically applied, and this means that, well, when a customer is in your commerce, it's going to be checked every time. But if you are in the backend, if you're a salesman in the backend, you have to click this button every time to check if a promotion is applicable or not. And that's quite inconvenient because it can lead to errors. So it just saves, it just avoids that you have to click this button to check it. Every time the sales order changes, you it just internally recomputes if the promotions can be applied or not. Okay, and that would be it. I think. Well, this is. I'm going to leave you with this image because I think it's very nice. Uh, we are very proud of it. Okay, that's it. If you've got some questions, I'll be very happy to answer them.
Thank you, David, for the talk. I haven't seen any question on the chat. Um, on about the Discord, Emric from Camp to Camp asked you some question about the to be to make to keep in touch about the developments of the modules that Camp to Camp made. So we will be maybe getting in touch with him. Anyone has a question?
They're all with Fabian.
Okay. So yeah, thank you very much for your talk.
Oh,
Very interesting.
Thank
very
you.
interesting modules.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So I guess it's over. Okay, I go. I don't know. I'll stop sharing and I go into the dark again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Yeah, same to you.
So we'll make a small break of 5 minutes before the next presentation. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second track of OCA Days. Let's start with the second talk of the day. It will be presented by made by Enrique Tobela, and he will show how he uses Odoo in a group of hospitals, and he implement to manage a lot of hospital parts. So Enrique, I will pass you the hand, and you will be able to start your presentation. So thank you.
Thanks. I think now you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, let's begin then. I am Enrique, as Benoit said. I'm currently working on Creu Blanca. That's a group of medical centers in Spain. And I've been implementing Odoo for our companies over the last 4 years. We started the project in 2017. And well, right now we've done 2 migrations, and we are currently working also on OCA, proposing several modules and so on. When we want to talk about a hospital and Odoo, first I think it's necessary to present what we are. We are a company or a set of companies that have been working 70 years. We have 1 hospital and 5 medical centers. We attend 350,000 patients every year, and we do 800 studies every day. It seems that it's not too much, but 800 studies, it's a lot for only 6 centers. I mean, usually a hospital has like 2-3 MRs, magnetic resonance.
Não, é que foi.
Sorry? 800 studies is a lot because it's hard to manage so much information. As each study, it's like 2, 3, 4 gigabytes. Also, we are 250 employees, and outside of our employees, we have a set of professionals, of doctors, like 600, that they work with us. I mean, we don't have the doctors as employees, and they usually work on several hospitals. So before talking about Odoo and hospitals, we need to understand that a hospital is not a usual company. I mean, usually all companies, all their systems goes around the ERP, and usually it manages most of our business activities. And usually when we create a ERP, we do it, we focus all our information and systems around our customer. But it is different on a hospital, because a usual company must focus on one person every time. It's our customer or company, it doesn't matter. But on healthcare, we have three players in this side. We have the patient, the prescriptor, and the payer. And the payer, it's what's the definition of a customer, but we don't create our systems thinking on our payer. We do it thinking on our patient, because it's the person that receives our care. And patients, one of the problems they have is that they don't really have their free will there, because the choice of the service that will be done and where it will be done is not.
Excuse me, Enric. I
Yes.
think we see your screen, but it's Odoo log.
Okay. Thanks. Just 1 second. Kevin. Share. New share. Now?
No, it's still the same page. It's Odoo logs.
Let me do something.
Maybe.
Do you see something?
Yeah, but okay, it's good. But it's not the. Yeah, okay, it's perfect.
Now?
Yes, perfect.
Sorry. Well, sorry. I was here. Sorry. Well, what I meant is that the patient doesn't really choose the services that are done. So the center of our system doesn't have free will. So we must focus on our patient, but we also need to focus on the prescriber, and the payer. That's the people that will really choose where the service will be made. Also, one difference that's also relevant is that usual companies focus on the future of on future. I mean, we are thinking at what will we sell to our customer tomorrow. But on healthcare, we need to focus on history, because the choices we make are really are defined by our history. The first thing a doctor asks when a patient comes to make a visit, it's what happened. Not what will you do. No, it's what did you. We are thinking what happened, not what will happen. So usual companies focus on ERPs. Healthcare companies focus on HIS. HIS is a health information system. It's a standard system that will manage all our hospital. But ERP is important too, because we need to pay bills, we need to manage products, we need to do a lot of things, but it's not the center of our system. So how do we integrate these two systems? Because they are both important and they need to relate somehow. Because when we do a service to our patient, we need to make a bill. When we consume a medication, we need to modify our stock and so on. So the problem comes on how do we manage them together. Lucky for us, there's a new standard defined on 2014 from HL7. It's called FHIR. It's written like FHIR, but it's called FHIR. It defines 5 levels of information. That's like foundation, support, that it includes the implementation, security, conformance, codification, and exchange of information. But the important part is the 3 on the right. It's administration data, healthcare data, that's clinical, diagnostics, medication, workflow, and financial, and for last, reasoning. Reasoning is the part that will help you choose what will you do with the patient with your old data. usually when you introduce artificial intelligence, we don't expect to be there right now, but we can use the previous parts. So I would like to show you HL7. It has a lot of information, but the good part there is that when you enter on a model, you can see what's the information that a patient should have. With this, it's really similar to a Odoo model, and you can translate this HL7 models to Odoo models, and you can start working from there, from this part. So, for example, a patient needs an identifier, a field for active, a name, a contact information, a gender, a birth date, and so on. And if you check it at the end, it's similar to a partner. So how they fit? Well, when we check the information from HL7 and Odoo, we see that all the financial data is proposed on the ERP, and it really matches our Odoo system. Also, as we need to manage our financial data, we need to store a lot of information also on Odoo, like patients, practitioners, services, payers, and so on. And all, if we check also, we can see that there's some synergies between medication and stock, as a medication, an administration of medication will produce a stock move. So starting from this, from HL7 Fire and checking how Odoo was managed, we decided to use Odoo, and for several reasons. Mainly because it was easy, it could be easily developed and had a great community. So we could manage a lot of things easily and only implement specific parts from healthcare. So we defined something like that. Let me explain somehow. We defined the ERP using Odoo, and now we can see some modules from the HIS. Okay, the EMR, that's the part that it's really integrated with Odoo. It's the electronic medical records. It's like when a patient does an MRI, it's created a record, and so on. If a patient does a visit or something like that, we create a medical record. Some of the medical records were necessary to be on Odoo because they generated some charge billings, stock moves, and so on. So we defined them on Odoo. Some part of these records, like histories or something like that, is not implemented, where we didn't implement it on our first approach on Odoo. The other parts that we can see there, it's the RIS, Radiology Information System. It's the system that creates the reports for radiology. Modality word list, it's the communication from our system to our machines, like an MRI, a CT, an echo, US ultrasound system, whatever. We didn't did this modality word list on Odoo, but integrated with Odoo, because when we decided to make something like an MRI, we said, okay, we communicate with our machines and say, you will attend a patient named Enrique. And so we need to communicate all this information to our machines. So we do it with the modality word list. The packs, it's the storage of all the images. It's really, it's usually a big system with a lot of storage, and it's not really images, because we don't store images. We store something different. It can be translated to images, but it's not really there. It's not always an image. The list, it's the laboratory information system. For the same reason, we only integrate because we don't have a laboratory. Because the laboratory, it's an external company, it has no relation with Creu Blanca. And so we only communicate with them. You will attend a patient, and we need these protocols, these parameters, and so on, but nothing more. We don't manage the results and so on. And last, our scheduling or appointment system. It's like when a patient calls and say, okay, I want to do a visit with some doctor. We need to manage this scheduling. And we didn't make it on Odoo because we already had a system that worked fine. So we decided to make a small approach on the first, at first. So what happened with that? Okay, then we had a better integration because there was no duplication of data. When a process created something like a visit with a doctor, the systems were integrated, we didn't have to communicate to all of them. So administration data was already knew that this patient was attended. So no administration or no practitioners had to write on both systems. But the bad thing is that we were splitting data, at least like administration data was on one side, medical data was on the other. And at the end, users sometimes had to access both, because on surgeries or something like that, usually the payer expects that we communicate exactly how the surgery went and so on. But at first, as a first approach, it was functional, and we are currently working on this. But we want more. What are we working now? We are defining. We decided to integrate the RIS and the EMR completely on our ERP. What does it mean? All diagnostic reports are managed by Odoo. The studies also stored on the packs can be accessed from Odoo. The list, as the company is external, we didn't integrate it, but with the current system, most part of the list could be managed by Odoo. The scheduling, it will be done sometimes, but not right now, because as I said, we have a functional system. It's really good for us, so we decided to keep it as it is right now. So what's the benefit of our new approach? We have a real patient-centric system, as all data goes around our patient. We have a single point of information. We need to be sure that every user only can see what he can see, but Odoo manage that. And we have no more splitting of data. So it's good for us. That simplifies our systems, because we need less integrations, and also increases our innovation speed. I mean, before we worked with Odoo, doing a change was like months at least. Any change, right? Right now we are talking about days or hours, because Odoo allows us to do a lot of improvements, sometimes by programming, or sometimes with only looking at OCA and decide if we need some extra modules. This approach, we are currently working on that. We have managed some of them. For example, we can create medical diagnostic reports. We also integrate with external machines. So when a laboratory system makes an analyzes a blood sample, he can communicate with us and we can create the report. We integrated with the PACS, and also we are managing our internal requests. What we will do now, we will try to create medical health histories and episodes of care, manage all nursery, and accessing studies and so on. We are trying to make Odoo our our system that's fully integrated, and that's and allows us to work properly. Let me show some of our work. No, this one is better. So, for example, just 1 second. I close it. The Odoo. We can define complex reports like this one, like an audiometry. Our user only defines the values and then it's graphed correctly on the report. We can also make, just 1 second, generate a CT, and when we import a study, the study should have imported all the images. Maybe it will take some seconds because it takes. No, because this study it's empty, but we could import all the images here. We could, sorry, I used a CT, not a US. Echography right now. Now it's downloading all the images for this study, and when we are printing it, we can see all the images that related to this study. We can do reports that are managed with values, like how many red blood cells were, millions of red cells for microliter, or the percentage of hematocrit, and so on. But we could also modify, just 1 second, with composition. When we are defining a US, for example, now an echography, now we can show how it went. Patient with normal range of I don't know, whatever. I mean, we can do a report. Also, we can issue that so it's fixed and cannot be deleted. We also made a system to verify that the record was not modified. It was a security concern that a report that was already done could not be modified, and so on. We are already using this on our production system. For example, for doing the antigens for COVID, or doing audiometries. That's a report that shows how is your hearing, or even sorry. And also, how is your how are you seeing the visual acuity? So here we can see, okay, this patient from far, it's not seeing really well because it's on the bad side. Also on the near from near, because it's on the slow part. So our patient that sees correctly should have an 8, 9, 10, or so on. And that's for one example. Also, some of our practitioners are using them to inform MRIs, CT scans. We are working to do echographies, and so on. So it's a system that allows us to make reporting. But not only that, we are allowed to do some planification. I mean, for example, well, it's in Spanish, sorry. But when one patient wants to do a body MRI, a magnetic resonance for body, it's launched automatically a word list with our MRI, a task for our doctor to do a report, and this is for creating a label to scanning the request from the external practitioner. Because with this label, when we scan the label, we integrate it automatically in our HIS, for example. But like that, we did a lot of things. And that was managed because we could integrate correctly with FHIR. Second. So all these repositories are currently on, all this information or modules are, most of them are open source, but they are not on Vertical Medical from OCA, because there were some issues some time ago when we started working there. So we decided to start from scratch on our repositories. We are open to share them on OCA if we can find some people interested and synergies with other developers, because we don't want to make it only for us, or start selling this, because we are currently a hospital, not a developer. So if anyone has interest in this kind of modules, feel free to ask us and we can work on this. Sometimes we talked, but at the end there was not really interest there, so we didn't integrate it with OCA, but it's also easily integrated. And I think that's all. Sorry for the first 10 minutes that were no screening. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Henrik, for the talk. I have a question. Where can we find the module?
Yes. Well, we have like three repositories. Okay, because we decided to split them on on 3 in order to not cross too many information, because sometimes we did some implementation that were specifically for us. They were made open source because they had sense, but we didn't know if it was currently following the standard. But we made a medical fire on Tijin. That's the core modules that defines like diagnostic report graph, how care plans, and so on. And then we have 2 more repositories, CB Medical. That's some standard, like how you manage documents and so on, that it has some differences with the standard, and we were not sure if they could be there. But, well, it was our opinion. And also, well, there's another repo, but it has like accounting modules and so on that are used here, but then they are not really medical modules.
Thank you. And do you base some of on top of some native Odoo modules, or not? Is most of it is like
no, we try to use Odoo modules as where we could. Like, we are not creating patients, we are reusing partners and so on. We tried to make sense with all the information. Some of them had to be done separately, but at the end, when we tried to make the relation between the medical system and our accounting system, we passed through sales. So we translate our medical information to a sale order or several sale orders, and so on.
I see. Okay. If someone has a question, you can put it in the chat.
Feel free.
Yeah. So no question, I think. Thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting. Maybe one question is
yes, when someone asks for the GitHub link. Okay.
It was to me, so I will put it in the general chat.
As said, if someone is interested, feel free to contact us, and we can propose these modules to OCA if there's some interest there. I mean, if... Oh, sorry, I sent it to you privately.
Yeah.
Ouch.
No problem. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day. So we'll make 15 minutes break until the next talk. So see you in 15 minutes.
Y ya está.
Vale, ja està dit. Suposo que et donen l'opció de parlar i tal, i ja.
Okay, so Benoit, can you turn off your microphone and me set it out, or shall I start?
Yeah, you can start.
Oh, thanks for the sign of life. Okay. I was trying to understand if anybody was, able to hear from me. So do you see my screen then now?
Yeah, yes, it's good.
Okay, cool. So let's start it then. Yeah, I lost 4 minutes then. Okay, I'll try to recover. Hello, everybody. Today I'm gonna talk to you about the shop floor, which is the OCA WMS application. First of all, quickly, a few words about me. I'm Simone Orsi, I'm 39, I live in Rome, in Italy. I'm a Python full stack developer since 13 years. I am an Odoo developer since version 5, meaning OpenERP at that time. I am an OCA board member, an open source adept. Everything I've done so far in my life, both personally and for work, was always related technically to open source. And I'm a software architect at Camp2Camp. And you can find me basically everywhere as Simoke on GitHub, Twitter, Discord, and Gmail. So this is the agenda of the talk. I'm gonna tell you what is it, and I mean what the WMS app is, that technology underneath it, and in particular, I'm gonna show you the concept behind the WMS part of this application. Then I'm going to show you quickly how you could build your own app on top of this, and then a few words regarding roadmap. So what is it? Maybe you already attended the talk from last year by Joël Dranguillon from Camp2Camp. He showed a little bit an overview on the app. So what is it, especially technically? It's a web app. Actually, it's a PWA app, meaning progressing web app, which in the end means that you can install it from the browser and it's going to become almost like any other mobile app on your device. It leverages the REST API, if we consider the backend, of course. REST API from OCA, we will see it later. The front end is based on Vue.js. You can find it there in this repository. Today it stays in the OCA WMS because it was born there, and the core feature that we ship now is for the WMS, but probably we should think about a better position, at least for the base, as you will see. The technology. So on the backend side, everything is served through REST API. We have some REST API specific services that are built on top of the wonderful module by Axon, which is base REST. And this allows us to do several things that are very important in this kind of applications. So first of all, we can easily define those REST API, which is, not really a big deal, but it is when you have to code a lot of APIs. This allows us to validate request and response easily. The way it is done today by default is by using a specific Python library, which is called Cerberus, which allows you to define using Python dictionaries the schema of the data that you're going to receive or that you're going to send out. And the good part is that you can also well, first of all, it blocks everything that is not foreseen. So if you're receiving something, some key in the data that you didn't foresee and you planned it in the API, then this one is going to be discarded. So there is no noise. And also, on the other hand, when you send it out, if there is not, I mean, if the data is not in the schema, or if the schema that you are sending out is wrong, then you're gonna get a warning. Well, actually, the app is going to be broken, but you will notice that you are sending out something that the API does not expect, which is also good for the documentation. So thanks to the system, we can have automatically generated endpoints. And on top of this, which is very, very important in all this kind of system, is that you have automatic open API docs, which means that not only you can provide documentation to external implementers, for instance, or for your front-end developers that might have to deal with the front end of the app, but also from Odoo, you can browse this documentation and you can also test it live. So you go there, you select the service that you're looking for. For instance, in our case, you have the delivery service to shipping goods out of the warehouse. So you go there and you can see all the endpoints, and you can also try them live. And when you try them out, you're actually calling Odoo for real and doing that action for real in the real database. So try it, but pay attention on the environment where you are playing it. Okay. And you can find this in the OCA REST framework repository. Another important piece of the stack regarding the backend is base JSONify. So of course, when you expose data through REST API, one of the things that you do most is just converting the data from Odoo to JSON to be able to read this from the front end. So we do this using base JSONify heavily. The good part is that it allows you to define easy and flexible parsers, which looks like this. So you have a list of keys, namely the fields that you want to send out. In the case that you see here, simple example, what we're going to send out is the ID of the record, of course, and then we're going to send out the name, but not using the name key as the destination. So in the resulting dictionary, you're going to see full name instead of name. And on the third case, you see that we can also use callable, so functions or lambda methods on a class. And in this way, we can take full control of what we send out. So the foo key is going to be converted into, it's going to be translated into the base value thanks to these functions. Of course, this is a silly example, but it's just to give you a tip on how you can leverage these parsers. Another good point is that you can configure parser for being reusable using IR exports, so that if you want to make some parser reusable and editable through the interface, you could do that. What's next? On the front, you have Vue.js, so pure Vue.js application. There is nothing to deal with the Odoo front end. It's completely built from scratch, and it's a single page application. So basically what happens is that when you access it the first time, you download everything, and then you never reload the application unless you want to reload some static resource. As probably most of you know, Vue.js uses a virtual DOM. It provides reactivity, which means that you can easily bind the UI to the records, and also makes everything fast. So the interaction and the reactivity of the UI is really fast. And an important plus is that we leverage a large ecosystem because, well, despite Odoo is growing a lot, nobody outside of the Odoo world, outside the Odoo community, knows about the Odoo.js framework, which also might change from time to time with the introduction of new libraries, as you know. So we decided to go to this direction, to have something that had a large adoption outside of the Odoo world, to favor onboarding of external front-end developer, and also to stay more stable compared to the Odoo evolution. So the WMS part. The key concept of the WMS application is that it's completely backend driven in terms of the business logic. So there is no business logic in the front end. The front end is used only to present the data and to, of course, to see that, to use the application, the real application, the interface, but there is no business logic in there. So whenever you want to change the behavior, you have to do it in the backend. And this is also good because Odoo developers are normally familiar with what happens in Odoo Python code, and that makes it easier. A key concept is also the scenario. So basically, each workflow, each process is defined as a scenario. A scenario can have several steps, like I pick the goods, I move the goods, etc., etc. And we have a state machine, which basically drives the transition of the process, and actually, well, all the screens are on each step of the workflow, and is the backend that gives you back the next state. So whenever you call an endpoint, you get back also, beside the data, you get back the next state. So the front end is going to switch to the next state automatically, and is going to load the interface for it, or it's going to stay on the current state if the state didn't change. For instance, when you got an error or some missing data. Another core concept is that you get an app menu, so a menu application that you can configure through the backend, and you can configure these using profiles, specific profiles, shop floor profiles. So this means that whenever you log in the app, you, as we will see later, you can select a profile, and based on the profile that you selected, you will see some menu items, because this depends on what you have to do. And also they depend, well, what you can do with them depends on the picking type, on the type of operation. So there are certain things that you can do with a specific menu item that you cannot do with other specific menu item, even if the scenario is the same. And then you can have, on this menu, you can set up some configurable flags, which is going to allow you to configure the behavior of the front end. Like, I don't want to see this block, I want to see that block, and stuff like that. The scenarios that we have available today are the following. So we have a single pack transfer, zone peaking, cluster peaking, checkout, delivery, and location content transfer. They allow you to cover almost all the needs in a warehouse. One important scenario that is missing here is probably the reception screen, whereas you can receive the goods in the warehouse, but we will work on this soon. So a quick look on how the app, the WMS app, looks like. So on the first screenshot here on the left, you see that at the login screen, you know where you are. I mean, on which environment you're working on. This is very important, especially when you are testing and developing. So for the end user, it's also handy because they know where they are when they're using the app. And you can also see that the login now is based on an API key. So normally what you do is the end user does is that it enters his own API key. In the future, we will support also standard login with username and password. Then on the second screen, you see the settings, which tells you that you can configure many things in the app, and language, a profile, and a workstation. The most important one is then the one that I mentioned before, so the profile. And on the third screen, you see that you can select the profile. And once you do that, and only after you do that, you're going to see the screens on the right, on the last two screens. So in the fourth one, you see the home of the barcode app. There you see the full details of the menu items that you have available, meaning what you really can do. And in the full details includes also the scenario that you're using and the kind of the type of operations that you are able to manage with those menu items. And also you see the counters, which tell you how many operation you have to process or you could process with that particular menu item. And the last one, you see that you have basically a simplified menu in the drawer, and the one that hides and well overlaps with the screen, and there you find also other main action, like getting back to the home, the scan interface that we will see right after, and getting back to the settings and other you are and which profile you're using. So this is an example of what you get with a scan anything interface. So no matter where you are in the warehouse, you can hit the little icon that you see on top right with the search icon, and you are brought to the scan anything screen. The scan anything screen allows you to scan whatever type of barcode you want, being a packaging, being a package, being a product, being a lot, a pallet, whatever. And what you get is the full detail of that particular record. So in the first case, you see that we scanned a location, and then you can see all the goods reserved for that location. On the second screen, you see that we scanned a lot, likely because you see that there is an expiry date, a removal date, and you can see also suppliers and packaging. No, that's a product, sorry. Yeah, that's a product. On the third one, you see that we scanned a package, and the detail is going to tell you all the products that are included in this package. And the last screen shows you that we scanned a picking, so a label of a picking, and there you see all the details regarding the order, the customer, when it was scheduled, the kind of operation, carrier, and so forth. And then it tells you from where to where is going, and all the products, well, the operation lines that are to be processed. Another thing that you see here is that little edit icon allows you to edit the picking, and at the moment it allows you just to change the carrier on the fly. So the rest of the application looks like this. I just wanted to give you a quick overview on how it looks like in terms of UI, especially to show you that we established a color convention, and also to show you all the default widgets that we have in the application. Some highlights on top of these screenshots are, so in the first case, in the first screenshot on the left, you see that we are about to process a batch of picking with a cluster picking, and there you can either ask the system to tell you what to work on first with get work, or you can decide to go for manual selection and cherry pick what you want. And as the screen moves on the right, you see that at each state, there are certain things flagged as green, which means that something has been done already on that particular information. And the yellow ones are the ones that you still have to do. And for instance, in the screen, on the third screen here, where you see the boxes, retail box, PCs, etc. That's a very important widget, and it's a widget that allows you to select the quantity of the goods to move or to process using the packaging. So normally what you do is that you don't select the pieces, you select the boxes, because this is what the user is going to do in real life in the warehouse. In front of him or her, they have real packaging. So they're gonna pick the product based on those packaging, and this widget helps them doing so. In the rest of the screen, you see, yeah, as I said, a unified UI for this, and as well as in the last screen, you see that we can also show a progress bar depending on certain needs and depending on certain screens. In that case, it's about goods to be processed for going out of the warehouse, and there you see the process of what you already processed so far. So I'm going to tell you quickly that you can build your own mobile application on top of this. And why? Because the set of modules that we have in place are not only for WMS. So for the WMS part, we have shop floor. It's the main module, the backend one, and then shop floor _ mobile is the UI for the WMS part. But we have also an independent core, which is shop floor based and shop floor mobile based, which allow you to create any kind of application based on this system. For this, we have to thank Axon for helping me and financing me splitting this core into out of the main shop for WMS application. So you can do this because the core of the application is reusable and pluggable. What we have defined on both backend and frontend are generic and specific components that you can reuse to build your own application. I repeat, I mean, it's both backend and frontend. So the backend, you can register services and expose them with their REST API quickly using the base components and the mixing that we provide. And the same in the front end, we have some mixing and we have some reusable components, like, for instance, I don't know, if you have to list objects or you have to display a detail of an object, you can reuse the existing components. Well, of course, you can design yours, but if you want to wait to save time and keep the same UI, if you like, then you can reuse them. And to ease the life of the front-end developer, it's plenty of registries. So you have a registry for the processes. For processes are actually scenario. So it's a generic word for scenario, whereas you can register both the workflow that you are, the process that you are defining, but also the routing of them. Same goes for different pages, for the translations, for the routing, and soon also for the authentication. So it makes really easy to plug in your own code. And you can find an example here in the shop floor example module, which is available in the same repository. And in this module, what you see is it's an example of registration of a custom service, a custom scan handler, which is actually what gets called when you use the scan anything interface. Even that piece is pluggable. So if you want, today we support product, packaging, everything related to the warehouse. In this case, I wanted to show you how you could plug a scan handler for partners. So in shop floor example, you will be able to scan, for instance, the partner reference. Maybe you can print the reference as a barcode, and then you can scan them. And then also you can plug a custom UI. In these code examples, sorry for functional people, you can see how you can easily extend the UI. So in the first screenshot on top, you see that I'm creating a new process. So I inherit from a base mixin. I define my class, well, my JavaScript object, and then using the process registry, I can register it on the fly. And this is going also to give me the routing and everything automatically. And on the second screen, you see that I'm defining a new detail screen for when I want to display the detailed information about the partner. Quickly, some additional goodies around this ecosystem. So we have a base REST log module, which is integrated in with Shopflow REST log, which allows you to track all the requests. And I can grant you that this is awesome when you are in the prototyping phase or you are in the testing phase with your customer and you don't know what's going on, maybe something went wrong. So in there, from the Odoo UI, you can see the full traceback, you can see the full request data. So it's very handy to track down what went wrong. You also have an automatic classification of the failures, and that helps you tracking down what's going on. Benoit, I think I have 5 minutes more maybe because we started late. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, thank you.
And there is there are two, three questions.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, I try to keep it short. So then you have shop floor delivery shipment, which is to prepare shipment and load the trucks. This is specific to the WMS part. And we have also shop floor workstation, which today allows you to set up a profile and printer automatically. So imagine that you are in the warehouse, but in any kind of office, you have a barcode attached to a specific workstation in your office, a specific place in your office. You go there, you scan this, the barcode, and then the application is going to be configured automatically based on the configuration that you provided from Odoo on the workstation setup. So quickly, the roadmap, decoupling of authentication. As I showed you today, is just about the API key, but we want to start for more. And what I'm working on right now is the standard user and password authentication. And also another step forward is the configurable app backend, so that you have a centralized backend for each application, and you can potentially have different type of application at the same time in the same system, which is not possible today without some hacking. And then, technically speaking, on the front-end part only, we have to refactor a bit of things like the state machine, the storage, and also we are working heavily on providing UI test coverage using Cypress. Final words, special thanks to Accretion for helping us with the first prototype of the app back in January 2020, and thanks to Axon for base REST and financing the split of the core last year. So very fast. Thanks for listening, and now I think I'm open for questions.
Thanks for the talk. So first question was, is there any plan to make a receipt operation in WMS? I think you already.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we and also Accretion, I think, has the need of providing such screen. Today, what we use is stock reception screen. It's another module that we made, but it's in the stock logistic warehouse, as far as I remember, or workflow. Sorry, well, I will check later if you want. And that's just the same thing, allows to receive goods, but using the standard Odoo UI.
Okay, thank you. What would happen if we lose the network connection?
Well, in the case of the warehouse, is actually next to impossible to work without synchronous action, in the sense that when you're moving goods, I mean, you really want to do that in real time. Otherwise, you have someone else that is going to pick up the same goods or do something related to those goods, and that's not really nice. I mean, if you want to keep consistency, everything has to be synchronous. So the answer is you cannot work offline. Okay, if not for changing some local settings of the application, but specifically for the warehouse part, better you don't go offline. I hope this answers the question.
And two questions about the tools. I mean, is it configurable to have tools in the warehouse that we can carry out with WMS? I mean, I think there is already.
Tour, you mean Odoo tour or what?
I guess in the warehouse when you the path you will use.
Okay. So I mean, decide which. Well, if I get it right, the application already tells you on which location you have to go, and it's going to. I mean, it's not the application that decides this. We have. Okay, all this work on the WMS part is built actually on top of many modules that we have done in the WMS repo or in the stock logistics repo, whereas we have pure Odoo modules that take care of several things, like providing you with the shortest path to delivering the good, or releasing the operation on time. Well, let's say managing the flow of each picking, each move line. I mean, everything is done in the Odoo backend. So the app is, as I mentioned before, for the WMS part, is backend driven. So it's really the backend that decide where you should go to do what you're doing. I hope this answers the question.
Yeah, I think it's and is it possible to prepare merchandise for multiple orders in a single operation tour? I think it's one of the scenario batch picking, I think.
The cluster picking, yeah.
Cluster picking.
Yeah.
So I think yes.
Yeah, on that scenario, you work on different. I mean, it's a batch of picking, so you should configure the batch picking in the backend, or having something that automates that, and then there you process several pickings at the same time.
Okay. And last question I get is it possible to use it in a simple warehouse? I mean, because your project is for a big warehouse, but
yep.
Is it usable for small? I think yes.
Well, of course. I mean, as I mentioned before, you can enable, for instance, you can enable the scenario that you want. I mean, from the Odoo backend, you go there. If you just need, I don't know, a location content transfer, just use that, or you just configure one menu for that. Or if you want only delivery, for instance, because you handle the rest of the warehouse with something different, you can. If you want to manage only the shipment of the goods, same. So yeah, it's mostly about the configuration in this sense.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. So if we don't want to be too late for the next talk, it's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for having
nice sharing.
For keeping the time, the schedule. It was
yeah, maybe too fast for someone, but yeah, I'm open for a question. I mean, join us on Discord. Yeah, exactly. If you want to move on with the discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Simone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. So now the next presentation, the next talk will be done by Holger. Holger, are you ready?
Yes, I think so. Should I just start, or?
Yeah, because we are a little bit late, so you can start now if you're ready.
Okay, perfect. So I'm assuming now everybody sees my screen and hears me.
Yeah, yes, we see the Odoo.
Okay, perfect. Now, okay, for starters, so what I'm talking about today is an extension to mail activities. For those who are not entirely firm with mail activities, that's what's going on here. In standard Odoo, you can schedule activities, and the idea about the whole thing is that activities can be chained. So you define activity types, and you would say this activity has another activity as a follow-up, and that way you can create huge chains of workflows that fit exactly what your organization does. That's up to now just total standard Odoo. What I'm now talking about is the change that we create some default description that is also standard Odoo, but what I added is that if you have some specific things that I will talk about later, we can make it that you cannot really change things that are not supposed to be changed. So here I am supposed to only fill in some values here. I just made that up. So maybe at a certain point, we want to know how the talks went. And then I just made this form to fill in some numbers for that. But I will not be able to save this now because I also changed those two lines that I'm not supposed to. So it says you should not change the content of this activity as of the form fields. So I do this again. And this time I play by the rules and only fill in things that I'm supposed to fill in. So, and didn't come. So now I was allowed to save. And the nice part is that those two I didn't fill in. Those are calculated. And this is now what I will be talking about mostly. This now is a very useless example, but the customer that I made this for example, they translated most of their Excel sheets that they need for pre-calculations into those activities. So this way they can do, well, first we need to calculate the measurements of the kitchen. And when the kitchen is done and we have filled in some things, then we go to the next measurement. And the nice part is that given all of this is defined within this text field of the activity, everybody can do that. So this is much faster than really changing the data model. You can simply slip in new fields in there and it will work. So how does it work? I simply made up a few extra attributes that Odoo is then going to interpret. And I think this pretty much speaks for itself. So if you give some node an ID, you can refer to it. And the most important part is the editable part. If you set that on some node, then this node is editable and no other node. So this is how we can decide here that adding something here is wrong, but adding it here is correct. Okay, and you can also define types. Up to now, I only support int, float, and string. The idea also is to keep that very simple, so probably it will stay like that. And now the interesting part is that we can also have an attribute to compute some fields. Here I refer to the IDs I defined before. And when you give a computed node an ID, you can also refer to it in other computed nodes. Zoom just told me now that people can see my screen, but I assume you have seen my screen the whole time, did you? Otherwise, it was not very interesting what I told.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Weird, I just got a pop-up now. People can see your screen. Okay.
No, we could.
Well, so that's basically the whole story. You can do very complex things with that because the nice part is, so I'm now changing the template and well, it is up to now a shortcoming of this whole thing that you have to run it through the HTML code to set those attributes. My current customer is not interested in adding UI for that because all the people who are busy with that are also comfortable with editing HTML. But yeah, it should be quite possible to simply make it so that if you are on some node, you have a button here where you can say, this one has an ID, this is computed, this is editable. That should not be so difficult. I did abstain from implementing this up to now because the HTML editor in Odoo changes with every version. This is now made for Odoo 13. yeah, the Odoo 15 HTML editor is totally reduced. I'm not sure if people actually want to use it like that. So I just stashed that for the time being because the mechanism is more important anyways. So what did I want to show? Oh yeah, let's add some line and compute more stuff. And then I can also show you something else. So you see that this now is the way it is, but we will get problems, of course, when we change the template and then try to save our old things, because then it's different than the template. But thankfully, this is thought of. And I want to show you here that you can also use the object itself in an expression. Just by saying object dot, and then, yeah, let's just say some field, doesn't really matter. The project ID and the name. And that, and then it will simply replace the text of this node with the result of that on save of the activity itself, not of the activity type. So if I save this, so we have a new line. Then I go to edit this, and yay, magic, the new line was already added. So what it does internally, we are going through the code in a second. It simply takes the old HTML, extracts the values there, and then gets the HTML from the template again and fills in the values it extracted from the old HTML. So this way you basically migrate your HTML every time you edit it, if it is one of those that contain the attributes. So. And now it does not work the way it should. Those now should also be computed, and I don't really get why they didn't. This is a total shame. Well, oh yeah, I didn't change the whole thing, so that's actually I think a little bit of a bug. So the read changed the data, but from the point of view of the widget, nothing changed. So I need to actually change something, and then it will do a write, and on the write the computations happen. Yeah. So here you see this is now just stupid text in there. It will not change if I change the title of the project. But the next time I do some addition here, it will update because it does a new computation. So this way you can also keep some data together as it was at the time of writing this activity. This way you can also keep track of some things that change within your Odoo objects. So for example, in the real application where my customer does some pre-calculations, we would also pull some values of the sale order into the activity. And this way we can record at that time when the pre-calculation was done, we had, well, I don't know, the total price at a certain point. Then we added another activity, did a different pre-calculation, then the price was different. Something like that. Okay. Code, the interesting part. So all of this, the very important part, because all of this is quite security related, of course, given that you can run expressions, we really need to take care that only people who define mail activity types are allowed to insert expressions. Otherwise, an unprivileged user could use this to not really change things, but to read stuff they are not supposed to read. So yeah, it's important that we go through our two HTML trees and simply assert that nothing is different. And if it is different, it needs to be with an editable attribute. That's not completely correct up to now, because, for example, it will consider two HTML trees different if you have classes in a different order because of this. So this line should be smarter and look at the attribute itself. If it's class, for example, then the set needs to be the same. If it's a style, then it also needs to be verbatim the same, but the same style. That's a little bit tricky to program. That's why I left it out, because we don't need it at the moment. You do all your stuff via the editor, so the editor writes it always in the same way. But if we find out, for example, that the editor reorders attributes, style attributes, then that might be a problem. Okay, so that's one interesting code thing, and the other interesting code thing. At the very beginning, when I got this task, I just told my customer install Auto Studio and be done with it, and then people just add whatever fields they need. But that did not work out because, first of all, the free software issues with the code edit Auto Studio, but also it's too powerful. You simply can do much more than our customer wanted to have. It's they basically wanted a stupid Excel, and that's what you can do with that. With the not such a good user experience at the moment because of the HTML source code editing. But as soon as this is fixed, that might be a potential Excel killer. I want to show you this class because this takes care of the security of expressions. And in the end, what it does is that it takes care that you can look at fields of some record set, but you cannot call functions on it. So this way, this and combined with safe eval, in my opinion, should take care that you cannot do anything with those expressions you could not do with just a read via XML RPC. So I consider this safe, but if you find problems, please PR at least the test and possibly also the solution. That's basically it. Other questions, comments, etc.?
Thank you. No, I haven't seen a question yet. Someone wants to ask something? Put on the chat.
I don't see or hear anything.
There is one question. Did you think about using models for the poll part instead of HTML?
For which part?
Poll, P-O-L-L. I mean the.
Well, I actually experimented with quite a bit of things. My first approach was simply have a mail activity type link to a survey that you define, and then in the survey you define whatever you want. But there the problem was that it was not really natural to include expressions in there. And the expressions are for my customer a very crucial part, so that so they do not have sums there. They have those huge formulas that people nowadays usually have in their. I don't know what kind of organizations you work for, but I often encounter it that people have their own custom Excel sheets that calculate stuff for them. So they really need the expressions, and I didn't really manage to add that to the survey module in a straightforward way. So that was one Odoo model I looked at. I also considered creating models on the fly, but it's actually not really necessary because as soon as you have it in your HTML, I can show you the function that does the extraction. You would simply call that on a mail activity, and then you have a dictionary of the data that's in there. I do have a plan to also add a function that you can use in expressions too, where you can simply refer to the values of some specific activity type. So this way you could do something like task dot last activity values in brackets XML ID of the type, and then you have a dictionary. And this then you can also easily sync into a database. But the whole point of that is not to touch the database. Because so what my customer does there changes very often, which is one of the other reasons why we did not really want to have real models backing that. So that's like somebody fiddling with their Excel table. They do not want to go through meetings with technical people for that. They do not want to have anybody approve it. They simply want to have it. So I did consider it, but decided against it.
Okay, another question. What advantage has for it to do it in Python and not in raw JS?
Well, it's much simpler in Python to access the Odoo objects themselves. So for the expression part, it would actually be somewhat hardish to do that on the client side. But possible, of course. I simply didn't do it. Is there another advantage? Well, no, not really. Save for the fact that it's much simpler to do in Python.
Thank you. Another one. Editing can be done only via HTML code straight, right? If yes, any plan to have non-techie UI?
Can you repeat, please?
The editing part is via HTML code. When you
I put into the roadmap of the PR to add a lot of things. Where is it? So yes, there is the wish, but I do not have any current plans to do it next week because I simply don't have anybody who really wants it. I'm actually not really sure if I were to implement the UI part for that, if I would use this HTML editor. I was also thinking about that it should be easier to plug this into the website HTML editor that also the mass mailing uses, the mass mailing editor uses. Because simply this code is a little bit easier to modify, and the advantage of this is that also did not change that drastically in the next Odoo versions. So maybe it's more stable to do it there. But yeah, from my side currently, no. But it's certainly on the agenda that somebody should do it sometime. We have 2.5 minutes left.
There is one more on the chat. So you plan to do some depends for this function and update. How do you think will it work? Happy depends and some trigger. Will it not be against historic consistency if you update a task activity?
There is no depends in there. It's really stupid. The only thing it does with an expression is compute it when before the HTML is saved. That's the whole story. So it will always an expression node will always contain the result as it was of the time of saving. And this is actually how we want it, because the whole idea of this is that it's fixed.
Okay, I'll check if there is also questions on YouTube. No, it's okay. Okay.
Well, I see in the chat another formulation of why do it in Python and not in JavaScript. Maybe that's the same question, maybe it's a different one. Another thing, of course, if it is about validation and things, is you always have to do it in the backend because on the client side you cannot validate because everybody can change whatever they want on the client side. So even if you do validations in JavaScript, you will have to do it again on the server side because you simply cannot trust whatever happens on the client side.
Yes. Okay, then. Seems no more question.
Well, we are perfectly in time then.
Yeah.
I was supposed to talk half an hour, or to have this talk for half an hour. Well then, I would go back to doing other OCA stuff, and you have fun with that. If you want, please review. Okay, thanks everybody.
Yeah, what project on GitHub is it? Can you show it?
Oh, it's in social and the pull request there, but I also put the address of the pull request in the talk agenda item, I think. Yes.
Okay.
So you can simply go there from the agenda.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Very much.
Have a great day.
Yeah. Have a nice day. Okay, then the next talk we start at 12:40. It will be a discussion about open upgrade. So we'll have a small break before that. See you in 10 minutes. So we are back. Stop to share my screen. Okay. So now we'll start the next talk. It actually is a discussion about open upgrade. Our Ortiz will direct it, will manage it. So maybe people can either ask in the chat for questions, remarks, or maybe have a discussion. So Raoul will first present. I think so. Raoul, I think you can start. You can take the lead now if you're ready.
Do you hear me or?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start sharing the screen.
Okay.
So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, welcome everyone to the presentation about the Open Upgrade project. I'll make an introduction to the migration process. I'm Raúl Ortiz from ForgeFlow, and I've been the responsible for the kickoff of this new version of Open Upgrade, version 14. So, what will this be about? First, I'll talk about some Open Upgrade basics for those of you who don't already know the Open Upgrade project, and also make a brief introduction of Open Upgrade Leap. Then I will talk about the basic steps for the migration of a Odoo database. And finally, I think there will be an open discussion about the current state and the future of the Open Upgrade project. I will also make the migration process with a live demo. Okay, so Open Upgrade basics here. First of all, for those of you who don't already know, Open Upgrade is this tool that allows us to grab a database of the modules of the community version of Odoo that are in one version and make them compatible with the next one. That means migrating a database to the next version. It's important to know that it's only for the standard modules of Odoo, not the enterprise or third-party modules. And this migration with Open Upgrade happens from one version to another. So if I want to migrate 2 versions at a time, from 12 to 14, for example, I will use Open Upgrade 13 and Open Upgrade 14. So in this example here, Open Upgrade 14, we use it to migrate from 13 to 14. So how Open Upgrade works? Open Upgrade relies on 3 stages: pre-migration, post-migration, and end-migration. Pre-migration makes changes to the data of a module before being loaded in the new version. Post-migration, it happens in the module. It makes the modifications to the data once it's loaded on the new version, and this is repeated for all the modules. Once all the modules are loaded to the database, then the end migration will happen for each one of them. So just to see an example, if we go into the Open Upgrade repo in GitHub and we open the add-ons folder, we go into account, there is a special folder called migrations, and inside it, in the version 13.0.1.1, there are 3 scripts with the names of these stages that will have the changes from one version, from 12, in this case, from 12 to 13. I put this example because account is one of the big ones when migrating, and it had the three scripts. So what is Open Upgrade Leap? Open Upgrade Leap is a library that gives us support functions for the migration. On the top left corner, you can see an example of the basic structure of a migration script. That is this script that will make the modifications to the data to make it compatible with the next version. And the first thing we do is import this Open Upgrade Leap. Will also give us this Open Upgrade migrate function that is the one that triggers all the migration. That when the migration is triggered, this will tell that here there's code to make the migration. So the functions that gives us open upgrade lib are the ones that those are only examples. These are not all the functions, but examples of those functions are the ones you see on the right, and are very common changes that happens from one version to another. So in each new version of Odoo, there's changes in field names, in field columns, and it's very easy to migrate thanks to these already created functions that allows the developer to don't have to create a new SQL query for every time one of the changes happens. It also allows to introduce SQL queries that interact directly with the data, so the process is much more efficient. And finally, adds features from Open Upgrade that, for example, legacy name is a feature that allows us to preserve the data from one version to another. So basically is this. So now that we have a basic introduction to the Open Upgrade and the Open Upgrade lib, also just to one more thing here in Open Upgrade lib, it's also useful for creating the migration scripts for other modules that are not the ones in the standard version of Odoo. So now I'm going to talk you from into the steps, the basic steps when migrating an Odoo database. So I divided this process into 4 steps. The first one would be analyzing what do I have in my database. The first thing that I need to do is see how many modules do I have, where they come from, if they are standard, if they are from the enterprise version, if they are third-party modules or third-party apps. So as I already told, Open Upgrade, this project is only for the community version of Odoo, the standard and free version of Odoo. So once I know how many of these do I have, and also I've done some data cleaning. That means deleting the records that can cause problems during the migration, such as records that you've created to test your database or some functionality. You can go to Open Upgrade and see if the migration scripts are already created for that version. All the modules you have its support in the Open Upgrade project. So once you've checked that and you see that you can migrate all the modules you need, you can start the actual migration. So data will be modified and made it compatible with the next version. And once it's done, you should check your data to see if it's in the way you want it to be. So also a recommendation is to make obviously a backup of your data because it's going to be modified and it can cause some trouble. Okay, so now I'm going to make a live demo. So first of all, what do I have here? For this demo, I'm going to migrate a very basic database from Odoo 12 to the version 14. For this, I have in my local a regular Odoo 12, where I'm going to create the database, and Odoo 13, a regular Odoo 13, where I'm going to check if the migration to this next version is going okay, and this migration to the version 13, I will do it with the Open Upgrade version of Odoo. You can see here that it's not called Odoo, it's called Open Upgrade, but here I have the same structure as in Odoo. But when I go into these folders, I see a special folder that's called Migrations, where I have the migration scripts for each of the modules. So the first thing, the steps are going to be creating a database in Odoo 12 and create some test and demo records, migrate it with this Open Upgrade version 13, check it with the Open Upgrade version 13, and then I'm going to migrate this database to the version 14. This will be done with the new way to do it that is downloading the Open Upgrade as a folder and will be installed in a module-like way. So now with new version 14 of Open Upgrade, I have a module that's called Open Upgrade Framework, and the Open Upgrade scripts are on those folder and on this folder. Here inside the scripts, we have all the scripts for the modules in the Open Upgrade. So let's create a database in Odoo 12. Here in my local, I have already opened Odoo 12, and let's see which launch parameters do I have here. So first of all, I add the two basic add-ons folders. I'm not going to add enterprise or third-party modules. So you see, because I want to point that this is only for the basic modules that come with free Odoo. So I'm going to create a database that's going to be called Odoo 12 to migrate, initialize the base module, and I don't want demo data. I want to create it myself to see if it has been created correctly. So I'm going to run this. And once the modules are loaded, I'm going to open here the version 12, sorry, and I see that I have my database here. I'm going to go into it and install one module, that's going to be contacts. So I'm going to make this demo with the contacts module. Okay, so here I'm going to go into contacts app and create, for example, customer that will be Raul, myself, in Tane Street, for example, in Barcelona. And this is info that I will remember to check later in the new versions. So I'm going to put myself in Spain and some dummy information here just to test it. So save it, and I'm going to also create a company that can be ForgeFlow, for example, here in Street 1, Street 2, Barcelona again. Okay, so now I save it and I remember the data I've put into my records. So now I have my database in version 12 and I'm going to migrate it to version 13. For this, I'm going to open the Open Upgrade folder for version 13. And here I have some different launch parameters. The two basic add-ons folders here in the add-ons path. I've pointed to the database I want to migrate, and I use this option to trigger the migrations. This option will trigger the Open Upgrade scripts. I've put here a port, but it's not needed because I'm not going to open the database with this Open Upgrade version. So I'm going to run the migration. It won't take too long because it's a very, very basic database. And once we see the modules are loaded, we can check in version 13 if the migration has gone the way we wanted. So now it looks okay. Now it looks that it's finished. So I'm going to open a regular Odoo 13. And here I only have the two basic add-ons folders and a port. I'm not going to even select the database. So you see what do I have in my database manager. Here, I'm going now to the database manager in version 13, and I see that I have a compatible database that was before compatible with Odoo 12. why do I know it's compatible? Because it doesn't appear this warning here that tells me that this, for example, this database is not compatible with this version 13. So I open it just to check if the records I created are with the correct data, are still okay, and they look quite good. So now I'm gonna stop this instance of Odoo and open the 14th version and migrate it to this version. So now I only have one folder here in my local, so I will need two configurations, one configuration to migrate my database and another one to run it. So what do I have in the migration configuration? I have again, the two basic add-ons folders, and also I have added here the Open Upgrade folder. Now I have access to those scripts, this Open Upgrade framework. So how do I load it? I use this option called Open Upgrade Path, where I point to the scripts, and I'm also loading the module Open Upgrade Framework. I point to the database, and I use again the update all flag. So I'm going to migrate this database to the version 14. This won't take also too long because, again, it's a very basic database. Okay, so now that it's done, I'm going to run the database with my run configuration, which is, again, the two basic add-ons paths and this port here. So now what do I have in my manager in version 14? Here I see that it's a compatible database with my version 14. I will see some issues, I think, in the UI, but the important thing is that my records have the information that I want in the way I want. So I open them, I check them, and they look okay. So I can see that I successfully have migrated this database from the version 12 to the version 14. And just to end this part of the presentation, for a real database, you should have a lot of modules from third parties, from enterprise. So downloading everything and cloning everything in your local for this migration can be a real pain. So there's a tool provided by here, Axone, that really makes it very easy. It's called Git Aggregator, and it's a pip library that you can create a folder. Here you put a repos.yaml file, and following this structure, you can add all the remotes and all the pull requests from that remotes and everything really easily. And just with the command git aggregate -c repos.yaml, you can clone it, everything in your local, really easy. So that will be it for the presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Raul, for the presentation. So maybe if it's a discussion talk, so if someone wants to ask or share something, he can unmute himself to discuss.
I will also encourage Pedro. I don't know if Pedro Baeza is around here, or Miquel.
Yeah,
to help me here. They are really welcome.
No doubts. Everything is very clear. Someone is saying something. Do you want to answer, Raul?
Sorry, I haven't listened it too well?
Yeah, Fernando is saying that he has version 6 of OpenERP and need to migrate to 14, 15. What do you recommend?
So first of all, I recommend just checking which is the state for the Open Upgrade on those versions. Then you can go here in the Open Upgrade GitHub repo, and I think you can find into the milestones. You can see more or less which is the process in each one of the versions, and then once you check that until version 13, you can see that it's almost everything done. But for each one of the modules, I would recommend to go into here and check into the branch, for example, if you have version 5, so you need to upgrade first to 6, then 7, and that until version 14, and check in each one of the branches here in add-ons if the module you have installed in your database has indeed the migration scripts.
Raul, there is a place where you can centralize all these status. That is, go directly to the main page of the repository, and there is a link to the documentation. Go to the button.
To the, sorry?
Button at the end. And check documentation, yeah, module coverage.
Module coverage, oh, okay, here.
Yeah, that one. So you can see if the modules you have installed in your database are covered or not. Not being covered can mean that there is nothing to do, but it hasn't been analyzed, or there is some stuff to be done, but nobody has still do it because they don't have such module installed. So for migrating something, maybe the module is not covered, but maybe it will migrate without errors. But that doesn't mean also that the data is going to be consistent if there is no point here. For example, you have here account log module. That module is a very simple one that for sure it will be nothing to do, but nobody has checked this. So if you have this module installed on your database, maybe it will work or maybe not. So you have to make sure that you won't have any problems. If you are migrating and you get an error, maybe it's due to this. Another thing to take into account, custom modules. That is very common that you have some custom modules in your version 6, for example, in this case, and you want to migrate and do a jump between several versions. You don't need to migrate these custom modules across all versions. You only need to migrate them to the target version, the last one. So on the intermediate migrations, you will have a warning saying, hey, this module is not found, it's not present. Yeah, no problem, but no transformation is going to be done in between. So when you get to the target version, you get the module and everything, the cycle is completed. What you have to take into account is that if you are using OCA modules and jumping between several versions, take into account that if the OCA module is present on the intermediate versions, please include it in your add-ons path, or on the contrary, you may find problems because these intermediate OCA versions contain migration scripts that are not run. So when coming to the target versions, the data is not going to be as expected. Okay, so these are my tips on such question about the jump between several versions.
Thank you. Yeah.
There is one question on YouTube. What's the process to add the migration scripts for other modules? It's a bit like what you said about Pedro, but I think it's about not Odoo modules, but I mean not yeah Odoo SA module, but OCA modules or custom modules. If you want to explain this.
You mean to migrate OCA modules, or?
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking that it's referring to transform data in other custom modules that are not Open Upgrade 1 or OCA ones. Is this what the person is asking? Can you check, Benoit?
Yeah, I will check.
Anyway, it's a legit question if it's that one, and if not, we can answer several of them. So about that thing, you have to think that Open Upgrade, what makes is to add the migration scripts and adapt a bit the framework. But the framework contains Odoo contains already the migration machinery, the framework for migrating. So you have to follow the same rules to perform and to develop your own migration scripts. This is what Raul has explained. You have the pre-migration script, the post-migration script, and the end-migration script. So if you include in your custom module such folder migrations, and inside that folder, a folder called with the module version, the migration machinery will execute such scripts. So that's the entry to perform any change you need on your custom data. Is that enough, or the question goes to other?
It was about exactly that, and it's good. It's clear.
Okay, that's it. Sylvain is asking about data regarding the duration of a real migration. That's not possible, Sylvain. Why? Because it depends on your database. From version to version, there is huge changes on one area, or not too very huge changes. But depending on this data, the migration scripts will last a lot or very few. You can have a very huge database of gigabytes, but takes less than an hour. And you can have a half of a gigabyte database and take a lot. It depends on the data you have. For example, on version, I'm struggling right now with this problem. I'm migrating a database from version 10 to version 11. And it has a lot of invoice lines that contains 2 taxes. Look what specific is the use case. For that case, it's not possible to perform an SQL for calculating the total without taxes. That is a new field that is added on this version. So we have to use ORM for performing this computation. I have about 130,000 of invoices with invoice lines, sorry, of this use case. So it takes me 6 hours for doing this. It's a very specific case that happens because the aggregation of these things. So on Open Upgrade, we try that all takes the less possible time, but sometimes, depending on your use case, this is going to take a lot. We have made on the past several patches to improve the performance on specific areas that hit our use case. For example, we performed on version 9 a very huge improvement on performance, converting some ORM compute fields to SQL. And in our database, we pass from similar hours, 24 or more, to barely 2 hours. But it needs to be case by case examined, analyzed, and see if it can be improved or not. Anything more, Sylvain?
There is a question on YouTube also about the migration of the module code, not the database. Is there some tools, I guess, to detect, if I remember correctly, to detect what has changed if a field doesn't exist anymore or stuff like that, to compare the different version. But can you maybe speak about this?
I'm not sure to understand the question. Raul, do you have it clear, or Miquel?
I think he refers to some tool to see the changes that happens in the code from one version to another.
Yeah.
Is that?
He refers to that. But I think that this only exists for the Open Upgrade project. I don't know if it can be applied to an OCA module.
Not exactly. Let me comment. Also, Miquel is the master of this part, because he is always doing that. Miquel, do you want to answer this? Is Miquel online? Okay, I'm trying to explain the general stuff about this. We have a tool for detecting database scheme changes. This tool is called Open Upgrade Records on all versions, and now it has been renamed to Upgrade Analysis, I think. It's on server tools. Raul, maybe you can enter on OCA server tools repo. Can you please open and you type? No, in OCA server tools.
OCA
server tools.
Okay.
Yes, and look for upgrade or analysis there. Sí, Sylvain is passing on the chat the name. Upgrade analysis. It's
okay.
At the end, there it is. It's a module that installs on both databases the previous version and the new one, and installing the modules, the affected modules, it's able to extract the database scheme modification. So it says this field has disappeared, or this column. This one has appeared, this field is now of this type, and so on. This is the base for Open Upgrade. We, Miquel, run this. Miquel or Stefan are the usual persons that perform this on the Odoo core modules. So the result of this, please, Raul, go again to Open Upgrade and enter on one migration script. Entering one of them. No matter, any of them.
I know here there's something.
Yeah, exactly. You see there? No, not in the.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The upgrade analysis.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that one exactly. This is the result of this module doing the analysis. It spits out put this file saving the changes on the database scheme. With this, you are able to deduce the things you have to do for transforming data. But this is not always complete, because there is some changes that are not reflected on the database scheme, but conceptually or functionally are changed. So this is a very good base, but you have to take into account also the functional workflow on the previous version and the functional workflow on the new one, for being sure that the migration scripts are complete. One example I have in mind, on version 11, there was the quantocalypse thing, that means that quants are no more the traceability thing. Before this version, you have that each one, when it's reserved, was split and linked to a reservation move. On version 11, the quants are only an expression of your stock quantities. So there is no more quant fragmentation. This wasn't be reflected on the database scheme because you have the same table, stock quant, and the same fields, quantity, and so on. So on this file, we don't see any change referring to this. But knowing how it works, we needed to perform a quant merge strategy for merging all the quants that belongs to the same product, location, lot, and so on. So as you are seeing, it's not easy to perform these migration scripts, but they are very methodological. You have to examine this file, see each of the fields, deduce what you have to do, and then perform a functional test on one place and the other, and then deduce if there is something extra to be done. Okay. Anything more? No?
Someone is asking, what would be the process to review a PR in Open Upgrade project? Anything specific?
For reviewer requests, well, try in a real database. It's very complicated. We perform usually a code review, what means that knowing which are the this file, reading this file, what are the usual changes we have to do, and then code reviewing that these changes are performed. But at the end, only testing this on real database leads to the real problems. That problem is you have to take into account when you are analyzing an error in your migration, if it comes not from the migration scripts, but a previous inconsistent database situation. And that inconsistency can be not by your fault, but Odoo or OpenERP being very leak on the constraints. One example, on version 8, you have that you put a sale order line with any product, and on the pickings or on the invoices, you can change this product or the unit of measure, and Odoo is not going to complain. But when migrated to version 9, you will find that when trying to compute the quantity, the invoice quantity, it will be throws an error. Why? Because it can convert between two incompatible units of measure. If you have changed to one of these incompatible units, you will have the error, but it's not an error of OpenAgri. It's something that has been performed on the database, and Odoo is not preventing this. From version 9, you will have an error saying, hey, you cannot do that. And then Odoo is not going to let you to go to this inconsistent state. But on previous version, yes. So this enforces more even to migrate as soon as possible to higher versions, okay? It's very convenient for not having this. Half of the time, I pass migrating databases is cleaning databases before migrating, taking into account these conditions. Okay, sometimes you can try to migrate and see what happens, but when there is an error, there is a high chance that this error is not because of the migration script, but the database condition. Okay. Sylvain is asking about the business model for the Open Upgrade project. A ver, let's see. Indeed, OCA is funding a part of these development scripts, and it's being performed by ForceFlow and by Tecnativa. Is it enough? No, I'm afraid it's not enough. And is it be able? We can say that we are more or less giving a gift, a paid gift to OCA and community in general, because the development of this script costs a lot more than the budget we are passing. But it's a compromise between having, we are going to do this somehow in any moment. So we get some funds for sharing with our internal costs for doing these scripts. So it's a compromise that in several years we are doing for ForceFlow and Tecnativa. Next year, we don't know if we want to follow this path. For now on, we are on that way of thinking. So we are going to continue migrating our customers to new versions and so on. So for sure, we will be bidding on the OCA RFQ for performing this in time and form. But maybe there is some time that we don't want to do it because we are in a rush, we don't have time, and we will contribute later. So you have to take into account, and all the person that is listening to this talk, that this is a key project that you have to fund. How? Through OCA can be the best option. OCA is doing that, and for now we are more or less admitting a low budget for doing that, for doing this. But the ideal thing is that OCA have the full budget for performing this very, very good and not having any of that lines empty. Because for now, OCA is only funding the modules that are installed in their instance, that they are a set of them. Not sure if 150 or so, but not the whole Odoo modules. So please think when you are using this, that doing some contribution on money, in this case, will lead to be able to maintain this and to be sustainable. Not sure if we have more time. This is, well, yeah, it's we have a lot of time. So if you want to ask more things.
There is no question on YouTube.
There is another questions in the chat. Rigor and Ritor. Oh, okay. Perhaps already asked, what's the time frame for version 15 support? Well, as said on the funding thing, there is for now no roadmap. This is something that year by year it's covered on the annual budget, and this budget is approved for each natural year. So for now, on the 2021 budget, it was included the open upgrade to version 14 project. So at least for now, the version 15 project will enter on 2022. I know that the OCA board has this in mind because it's more or less an issue to start at least 3 months late, but for now is this one. Then the RFQ must be done, approved, and then cover a time frame that not always can be complied because the inherent difficulties on the transformations in the database, and this not being a whole budget project. So we have to put in the middle the rest of the jobs we have for covering our capacity. It's probably version 15 migration is going to be the smoothest one in the history. Seeing the changes and so, it seems so. But we always find a surprise when we dig on the things that have been changed. So I'm not able to say any time frame. And if OCA is going to be able to fund 1 year more this project because the fundings are very low. So I ask again to please contribute to OCA. Being member is very cheap, only 15 euros per year, or doing a direct donation for this project or in general. Anyways, not having the fundings doesn't mean that you can start voluntarily to perform this migration scripts. But I know it's very hard to begin with this. So starting, it's not the same to, hey, let's do one migration script for this small module than start the beginning of the version, because it needs the infrastructure, the test, the base module that is always the hardest one to perform, because it has to do all the ground for the rest of the scripts. So I know it's hard, and probably you won't be able to contribute on this starting phase. But what I'm also surprised for the good that some initial contributors has started very with very good contribution and very hard ones. So you can be one of these.
I don't see any more questions.
Mhm. Mhm. So as always, we have the GitHub community for doing any other question and so on. Please use the specific tool for each thing. We have discussions for this, for discussion, questions, and so on. And we have issues for real issues and issues as said with the migration scripts. So please don't be lazy. Analyze before speeding out an issue if the issue is really on the migration scripts. Sometimes it's not easy to analyze this, but we try to at least clean a bit the issue message you are putting. Good questions, you will get good answers. Bad question or lazy questions, you will get lazy answers or no answers at all. Not sure if we have to continue here until the end, or if nothing more, maybe simply go to do any other thing.
Yes, I think we can stop the discussion now. Thank you, Pedro, for the answers.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for having
thank you,
me here.
No problem. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hi, I do not know if there's anybody actually moderating this up front. If so, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to start with my talk today. I think it is pretty interesting how to see how much of power the OCA has with regards to bring a product to life at a customer. And we think it's really the community that is brought to life at the customer. It is fabulous. I'm thrilled to talk to you about our experiences over the last couple of years that we have done with regards to customer projects, fulfillment of customer needs, and so forth with OCA modules. And we have made an assortment of modules that we think are really critical that we'd like to introduce to you today. First of all, I think it is really important that we all together as a community are bringing together a great base. Everybody has its strengths, its experiences, and those kind of things are putting together, are bringing a really great solution to the marketplace. We are competing with very big companies in the ERP space today. And I think that's really a fantastic story that so many community members are making that possible. So from our end, we want to put out a big thank you to everybody being part of that community, actively supporting, endorsing those kind of things from everybody. So again, thanks very much for that. The topics, again, we are having an assortment of modules, of great business solutions. All of that is based on OCB, which is the backport base of the Odoo version that is in use. And then we want to share basically what we have done there. We are going to have most of the talk as a showcase of what could be done with regards to those modules, where we are using them, how they are actually bring value to the solution. And then we also want to share a little bit of insight of what we are doing when it comes to experience with the customer requirements. If users are asking us for additions, changes, whatsoever, what our best practices. Might not be a fit for everybody here in the industry, but I think it's from the experience that we have, it's a good idea. Then also what to do if the modules are not yet available, and what we have actually concluded from that. Because of course it takes a lot of time nowadays, but it is also a big effort to bring all those modules to new versions of Odoo. And that is, of course, sometimes you need to balance between that. About myself, Joe Lorenz from ITIS. We're in the business since 2000. Got ERP experience since 1996. We are actually community members since 2011, and I think from that point of view, we got a little bit of an insight about what is really working, what might not work also. The key takeaway, I think, is for today, I'm going to put that up front and going to, of course, repeat it afterwards, is that you can do it on the OCA stack. For us, it was some sort of experience of how we are going to balance between customer requirements, product, the need of the industry, and the need of the client. So it is a possibility, and I think it's a proven one. Because there's always a question, do we need Odoo Enterprise or don't we need Odoo Enterprise for clients? Some of the clients, of course, they want to go that path with Odoo Enterprise, some others won't, and you need to balance. In our case, we leave it up to the customer to have the choice, and it is not always a necessity and a good way to go with Enterprise. So in our view, it is required to be open and keep it open. because that is actually bringing also an added value to the client and to us as a community as well. By the way, if there's any questions, please use chatter, and if you have any remarks later on, feel free to email me, joe.lorenz@its.de, or also you can use current website and just touch base with us. So, which modules to use? We have actually put in a little disclaimer here because there's such a lot of terrific modules on the OCA. There's probably a couple of them are going to be left out today, and you might say, those are important, really. Of course, it depends on the scenario of the client, and it depends also on your particular practice of how you're doing it. For instance, just the former talk was on open upgrade. That is something that you could really consider to do your upgrades. I'm not going to touch on that today, since it was already covered in the former talk, but there's other areas as well that I'm not going to cover today. For instance, if somebody is really particularly interested in the web page possibilities of the OCA products and others like POS, those are not going to be covered today, but they might be really important for taking into consideration. So it is an assortment that we are using on a regular basis when it comes to attracting people towards the product line, but it's not necessarily everything that you need. So you still want to look into the particular situation. However, the modules that we're today is talking about are going to be the major areas of an ERP solution, of an enterprise resource planning solution, as it is the abbreviation, and of course a little bit more. So we are going to cover accounting today. There's a couple of serious situations where you need more than what is covered with the regular standard community product. And there's, on the one hand side, generic modules that you can have. And then there's also additional country-specific and optional products or modules that you can actually put in. And I think you need both. Particular accounting is always a very crucial area of a business solution because most of the people judge and value upon that. If you are in a shootout between your product and some competitive solution, most of the time, accounting is one of the key measures. And I think, therefore, it is crucial that that is a stronghold for your product. We have done a lot of additions in this area. We are using a lot of OCA additions there because we think it is really vital to be good there, to compete and win. Warehouse is another area which is, of course, important. I think the standard product is terrific already, but there's also a couple of options that are really good to include to make sure that the warehouse is fully covered up. Sales CRM, one of the powerhouses of Odoo anyways, but again, a couple of possibilities to really make it a little bit better even. And then contacts, where we have seen a lot of things that are requested and not yet really fulfilled is in the employee in attendance area. All sorts of issues with regards to how to handle a contract, to really make sure that the employees' times are valued in the way they should be. And therefore, there's also additions that we are using there. And then project and manufacturing. Those are mostly the both areas which are then distinguishing, and maybe sometimes even companies are using both for a company, which is the area of their value appreciation, meaning where they are generating their revenue from. Last not least, tools and reporting. Some of those modules are also very vital and should be used there. So those are the areas that I'm going to cover together with colleague today, and we are going to do that on the showcase. So we want to show you really where we're using it, why we are using it, and what is the benefit of it. So with that, I'm going to switch over and stop my share.
Okay, hello, my name is Alfred. So let me share the screen. And then we can start right away with the, let's say use case. It was really hard to concentrate on some functionalities since there is a large number of modules. And of course, we cannot show everything. Also, we have to try to have some sense in the use case. So there are much more functionalities, but let's go through it. First of all, we want to start with a kind of project planning, which is based on the business requirements module from the OCA. We really use this a lot, since it's a very good point to start with planning a project and the process to create all the required tasks and specify what you need. And that's what we're going to do here. We want to create a new design for workstation. And here you have several fields you can fill in. You can, for example, create a business requirement for a customer. In this case, we're just creating it for our own company. Okay. Therefore, we have different types of products we can use here. Let's choose a main project here. We can also define when we want to start it, as well the end date, when it should be ready for market, for example. Okay. We can use analytic accounts, which is also great functionality. And we're going to do this here right away for the product development again. As you can see here, there are much more features. Yes, that's right, there's echo. Joe, can you maybe mute? Okay, not sure. Yes, now it's gone. Thanks for the comment. As you can see, there are much more categories. You can define reviewers, stakeholders, and so on. So there's really a lot of possibility in it. And here is a great part of it. You can define what you need to do. So there's a stakeholder story. So we use it, for example, for customer requirements as well. So here I can define what's wrong. The old model doesn't look up to date anymore, and technical part must be updated as well. Scenario here, for example, we can write something down like new design, look and feel. Then we should have a more space for additional storage, and so on. Gap, you can define gaps, test cases as well. So just looking through this options. And next thing you can do here is define task. That's also great stuff. You can use project templates, for example. You can also add analysis hours if you spend time to look into this topic to create an estimation, for example, for a customer. This is a great possibility. And of course, you can create the tasks itself. So let's pick one of the customers here to make it more clear, because based on a customer selection, you can also use your own company. You receive a customer code, And this was then related to according task code as well. So let's say analysis of reported issues and feature list. This is a kind of, let's create a section. Let's say this is preparation. And this is already assigned to employee, as you can see, and here you can already add estimated hours. Like, let's say this is 1 day we want to spend for that. Next part is, create concept and design, for example. I will try to copy and paste here to not spend more time than required for this one. And I also will keep it really simple, implementation and design. This is something like 40 hours. And then, of course, we have the implementation itself. P. This is something like 160 hours, for example. And then we have quality tests. Okay. Good. So let's keep it like this. So we have several tasks here, and we also have a possibility to add dependencies, for example. So we could also define dependencies already on the tasks when we create the project, because here the dependency is also OCA module we are using. So this is something we could do already here, but we will see this in the project itself afterwards again. Okay, so we have a project or planning created here. Okay, we need a stakeholder, yes, so let's keep it like this. And then we save this one. Based on the entries here, you can also print the business requirement as well as the estimation, for example. So let's try this one. And there we will have a report like this, where you can see what we entered there, what we need to do, what's the scenario, that we really have a kind of requirement. And we also have another one, which is the estimation. So where we edit the tasks and time and hours. This will result in a report where we can see a kind of a project plan or estimation if you want to define the budget internally, for example, or quote it to a customer.
So that's a good possibility to really draft your project in a way that you hand it over to the customer and let it be reviewed before you're quoting them for any kind of particular.
Absolutely. So it's a good point to start with for real project, of course, software projects as well, but also for product design, for example, to see what you need and what you need to do to get it done. The stages, as you can see here on top, like draft, confirmed, approved, this is something you can configure. So this is really cool. You can customize it according to your needs for the company. And let's confirm this one here. By confirmation, now you can see additional buttons here. So the project is created now, as well as the tasks we entered there. So let's jump into the tasks. And here you can see 4 new tasks, which are created based on our entries with according hours we wanted to spend or we estimated, as well as the assigned person here. Customer is, of course, also there. So what we can do on this is, for example, add a dependency, as I said before, as you can see here. There's also the possibility to add dependencies all over all projects. So this is not only one project. You can, the current project, you can define a dependency. It's also possible that you have, for example, sub-projects or maybe a resource is included in another project, and this task needs to be done first before he can take care of this one. So that's also great functionality. And yeah, we can use this one, for example. Let's keep it simple. Just set a dependency, like we need to create the analysis first before we can start with this one. And here it is added into the lines, and therefore dependency is there now. Okay, what else? Of course, these are the default values like start and end dates. I just set one for as example, and then we can look into other stuff. Of course, these are standard functionalities not related to OCA. This is just a view. So let's create some stages here, and let's put this in. Let's go to the project itself to take a look at the analytic account. So let's go to the projects from here. So here you can see there are already other projects created. Let's look into our project. And in the settings, we can see our customer we selected there, as well as the analytic account product development. And let's look into the possibility to work with budgets based on the analytic account, because this is also something which is brought back by the OCA. So it was removed from Odoo, and therefore now OCA modules are required to have it back again. So it's really important, especially for the German market, to have a really solution for especially for the finance section. Here you can see we prepared the budget already. Let's go in there. And in this case, we created one line for the expense, for the product development, as well as for the income. And here we have the planned amount. And there are already theoretical amounts in it since it's already started. And now we are going to put some values in that by creating according invoices for income and outgoing. Before we do that, let's go back to the project and put some hours to the tasks. For example, here in the analysis, let's book some hours on the timesheet. For example, here, 6 hours, because there is also on the employee, we have the cost price. That means also the hours we are going to log to this project are going to reflect in the costs for this project and analytic account. What else can we see here, especially from the OCA, is we can use we talked about dependencies, and here I wanted to show you something else, but let me jump into another project where we already created that one. So here we have the possibilities of milestones, for example, or maybe, Here, for example, we can set milestones. This is also a really important functionality for project planning in general. It's brought by the OCA module here as well. So we can, for example, select a milestone here to assign this task to a specific milestone. Also, the tag functionality is something which is brought into a project by the OCA module. So most fields here are not default, but based on, I think we installed about 20 project add-ons. What we can also see is a web timeline, which is also really helpful. So let's change the view here. Of course, here we only have 3 tasks, but in a big project, this is really helpful to also see the timeline here, as well as the dependency. So the arrows here in black are part of the dependencies we created for those tasks. And as you can see, I can also move. Yeah, this is okay since constraint is not okay, but I can move the tasks in this view as well. So I can change it from this view and do my planning, which is also really great. Yeah. What else? I explained it before. We can, here in the configuration, you can see we not only using the milestones, but also the status is something which is brought by our OCA module. Milestones we already talked about, as well as the tags. And last but not least, when we go to the project, we can also remove the filter here for templates, because what we can do and what is also really helpful is to use project templates. Means we can create tasks here already and according stages, like you can see here, new, running, done, and cancelled. And by selecting the according template, when you create a new project, the tasks will appear directly. So when it's common that you always have same tasks or similar tasks, so you can define several or different templates for different types of projects. Okay.
So how many projects can you plan at the same time? What is a rough estimate on figures here for this tool?
At the same time, this is a little bit of a problem, because you need something to forecast. So there's a functionality to look at. Then you have a kind of overview, but unfortunately, this is nothing we can have from the community. But this would be an option to see how much effort we already, how much effort is planned for the according time, that you can then plan in more detail and say, okay, we need to shift projects, or yeah, when you can start new projects. So therefore, a forecast is really helpful. Okay, back to the accounting. We already looked at the budget, and what we also want to look at is the budget or analytic groups and analytic tags, because this is also something which was removed from the community version and also brought back by additional OCA modules. So here we created analytic tags, sorry, not the tags, the rules were removed, but here we created some tags, and with those tags we also created the product development, which will, for example, have 50% of expenses which are assigned to the analytic tag software, and 50% are assigned to the internal administration group, let's call it that way. The default rules, this is what I mentioned here, is brought by the OCA module. So here we can define that a tag, for example, here, software, is applied with the account 0135. And here you really have great options to also define more details. You can select specific products, specific partners, time start and end dates, that this rule is only applied in a specific frame of time. So this is really helpful when you're working with analytic accounts. Okay, good. And here we have the account groups. We just looked into the administrative and product development, as well the analytic accounts itself, where we can see the product development. And from here you can also see that there is already debit as well as a credit on that account, and we have the balance. Of course, it's minus because we are going to do some development, and there is no income on this analytic account. Okay.
So why do we use the analytic accounts in general? What do you think? I mean, is that something that we are needing always?
Well, I think it's yeah, it's not really something which is very public, but when we're doing project implementations, especially for the German market, the finance and controlling is something which is very, very important. So we see a lot of yeah, real nice and fast Odoo videos with super nice features, but that's not normally what a CEO wants to see. He's not really feature based. He wants to see how the company is working and if it's succeeding or not. And therefore, we need to have an overview about our costs and, of course, income. And therefore, we always set up the analytic accounts in finance. The old way was to create own accounts for all those things, to have a kind of reporting, but that's not really a good way. So what we recommend is always to use the analytic accounts for that. Okay, so let's go back to our use case. Let's say we work on this project. We wanted to create a new design for the workstation. We did the analysis here already. And now we can also work on the concept and design. So let's edit this one as well and put some times that we also receive some costs on it. Okay, and let's add one more. Okay, good. So now we're already in a stage where we can purchase the product. We did not set up here reordering rules or special rules for MTO or something like that, since this is not really related to the OCA modules. Instead, we just want to create a purchase order here to see how it reflects on our analytic accounts and projects. So here, let's use this one. So let's buy the workstation. Let's say 10 minutes. And let's put it here to the product development analytic account. As you can see here, we had to select it since there was no rule for it, because we also want to sell it. So this is just the purchase from a subcontractor, and therefore it's fine to add it here in the purchase order manually. Okay. So let's confirm to a purchase order that we can also receive the goods. Okay. And let's add it. And validate 10 pieces. Okay, it's there. What we can do now here is, as you can see here, there's an inspection. So we received it, it's in stock, but now we want to see if the quality is okay. And therefore, we created a quality test. And here you can see it's created automatically in this case. So let's look into this, what happened here. You can see the test is inbound control workstation, quantity 10. It's related to this product. And it's related to the picking IN05, which we just did, and the state here is ready. So let's jump into it. And here we have two questions. We need to check completeness. Yes, okay. All products are there. And second one, quality. Okay, what's the possibility here to answer? Monitor is correct. No issues, or safety pack is open. So let's say no issues. And then you can save and confirm. Okay, so what did we do here? We used the quality control from the OCA, which is really a great set of modules, because you can use this in several places. So as you can see here, there's an overview about all the tests. You can define own test categories, like you can see here, and you can define your own tests with according questions and answers. And you can also use different type of answers, for example. Here, especially for the measurement in MRP, we are often using this test or quality controls for our customers, that when they receive subcontracted products, for example, or when they want to deliver products to a customer, that they can use those quality checks for qualitative and also for quantity values. And you can also define them. Yeah, please.
There's also a kind of inclusions in the inventory, right? It's not just only here in the purchase, and also not just in the MRP, but it's also in the inventory that you have quality checks, right?
Yeah, that's right. The great thing with those checks, not everyone knows that, is that you can define it on the product categories, for example. When you use the product categories, like you can see here, the workstation, you can configure your quality controls. And there you can select different triggers. So that means you can, like we just saw for receipts, but you can also trigger it by delivery orders, by internal moves, by production done, for example. So when a product is manufactured, you can directly do the quality test with that one. So that's really a helpful tool or tools, because, yeah, as I said, it's a set of modules we're using there. But the customer are also very happy with that. That's also something we can say from our projects. Okay, let's go back to the purchase. So here we have the purchase order, and as you can see, we're waiting for the bill. So let's create the bill, that we can also put some additional costs to our analytic account. As you can see here, we have the workstation, we have the product development, everything is already there. And yeah, when we look at that, everything seems fine. So we can just, add the reference, select the date, and confirm the invoice. So now it's posted. So that also means that our budget will show us now additional values. So let's look into that. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, here it is. The 990, you can see it here, created today by the PO05. Okay.
And this is also split upon the various categories, right?
Sorry, please repeat.
I said it's also split between the various categories, because we have set it up as split really.
The split is software. So that we're going to look into now, where we have created a split on the product development and the internal administrative department. That we can take a look now here. Therefore, we prepared a purchase contract for a business software, for example. Yeah, we used the example as business software, and we created a contract here that we said, okay, this is something which is recurring, of course, because yeah, let's say it's services software for 12 months, and we will receive this invoice every month. And there we have one-time fee with 125 for the business software, and recurring fee for the business software itself, and a one-time fee for the setup. Let's look into the lines. So here we set the tag for software, and that's the tag we configured for the split. Let's check it here, so it's not here. So let's put it here as well. Then we can save and confirm as well. Okay. Sorry, this should not happen. Okay, data. Okay, then let's go to invoice directly. That's also fine. Then we can create it from there. Let's use this one, and let's create the invoice. Vendor bills. Create. And here we are using the same products because we just wanted to show the split, so we can do that from here as well. That's not an issue. Tax. Per month, 125. And then we had the setup with 50, and also assigned to software. Okay. Let's add the reference, date, save it. Okay, now we can confirm. And here we have 208.25 as a value. So we can look into the budget now and see what happened there on the product development, in the expenses. And here we can see the business software now. So it's also added to our budget. And as you can see, the amount is splitted. Okay. Now we can go back to our project. So we created we received the product now, means implementation is done, as well as the quality tests. And then we have the possibility now to sell our product to customers, that there is also a revenue on it. So let's create an order. And here you can see the next feature, which is from the OCA, which is the commission module. Here you can define commissions to lines, sale order lines, which is really great. So you can, maybe you can, let's save it, that we can look into it. So here we have commission types, means you can create a commission like fixed 10%, and this one you can configure here. It's already selected, yeah. Percentage from net amount, and then you can also select how it should be calculated. Means based on the payment or based on the invoice. So most companies are using based on the payment because they want to give the money to the sales agents only when they also receive their money from the customers. That's what they're typically doing. Then we have the agent itself. So this is something which is, let's say not fully implemented, I would say, because agents are really own model. Sorry. So here what you can see is we can see the contacts, but we cannot define them as an agent from here. And that means when we're using this module, it creates our own contact again, which is of course not really helpful. So that could be enhanced, but in general, this module is already great. Okay. So let's save him as an agent. Of course, it can be the case that it's also external one. In this case, it's fine. But a lot of companies are also using the employees as agents. And for that, of course, we already have a contact, then we have an employee record, and then we also have an agent record. That doesn't make it very helpful. So here you need to set the agent information. If it's external agent, and then you need to assign the commission for the agent and how the payment should be settled. So let's keep it on monthly. Okay, good. So let's go back to our order. Sorry, it's a quotation now. So, a second. Unfortunately, I'm not able to assign it here. No, sorry, I'm not able to assign the agent for some reason here. I'm not sure why, but I have to skip this one. Okay, so let's confirm the order. Now we have the delivery, and here you can see we have the product for delivery first. So let's validate this, and here you also can see the quality checks. We did not assign it on the category, so in this case it's not created automatically, but it could be done as we could see before. So here I just click on apply, that we have all quantities done. And here you can see the inspection was not created automatically in this case. Let's go back to our sale order and create the invoice. So here we define the regular invoice for it. And let's confirm it. Okay, so it's posted now. And when we take a look at our budget now again, we should have some additional values in the income section now. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Now we have sold our product. We created several income and expenses for it. And what we now want to show is something real important, which was removed with version 14, the reconcile. This is really a critical functionality for the finance. But yeah, it was removed from the community, but thanks to OCA, it's there again. So here we want to import a bank statement first. So let's select the file to import and upload. Well, here you can see now the entries from the bank statement. There we have two bills, one bill and one invoice, which were created in the system before. And now we can post it. So it's in processing now. And then we can go to dashboard. And let's go here to customers and
reconcile this with the bank. Go with the bank.
Sorry?
Reconcile this with the bank. Go with the bank. 3 dots.
Reconciliation models are here, not the real reconcile, right? This is only the model. Joe? No, you there?
Statement. Exactly. You can jump over it. I'm going to send it to you right away, okay?
I'm sorry, I could not really hear you.
If you jump over it, I'm going to send it to you right away, okay?
Okay, all right. Okay, so let's look into the VAT statement now, which is also something brought by OCA. In the reporting section, there is a VAT report, which was a real big gap. So here you can see a form which is designed like the Elster portal is as well. So it also looks really similar. So let's update the values here. And you can see here, for example, on line 26, that we have some values here on the inbound, as well here on line 53, based on the orders we have in the system. So we can also see the lines from here. And there we can see the associated journal entries, which result in this report. It's a little bit complicated to set it up. So we just want to show that as well, because it's split it into the German text tags, where you have all the sections you need to configure. So it's working with kind of tags. And when you open the tags, you then need to assign the according text report lines. So this is a configuration you need to which needs to be done once. And based on that configuration, it will fetch the values and put it in the right section of the report, which is some effort in the beginning, but in the end, of course, it's a great benefit, because if there are also some changes like we had last year for the reduced tax, then you can easily configure it and adjust it according to the needs. So this is the one hand side to configure the German tax, but then there is also a second step for the configuration with needs to be done on the tax itself. So when we open here, for example, 19%, then you can see here the distribution for invoices and credit notes is done automatically by the configuration of the tax. So this is the result of what we saw before. And in the advanced options, you can see the tax grids. And this is also something you need to set up to have the correct tax report, VAT report in this case. What is also there is, we currently do not have European shipments here, but the ZM, so Zentrale Meldung, is also done with this, zusammenfassende Meldung, is also done with this module, so that's also included, and that's really a great feature for the German market. Missing piece, we always hear it again, is that there is no EDI currently to the Elster, but working with this one is already a very good step and a great enhancement of the OCA. Okay, so then let's what we else can see is the result of our postings in the system. So let's go to the reports. As you can see here, there is a number of financial reports besides the VAT report, which is added by OCA modules. So just as a, to see the difference, here's also a tax report included. Let's print this one just to see the difference of those reports. Okay, here also no values, but this would be a PDF report, and therefore it is not really helpful when you have to add your amounts in Elster. But what we can look into is the account overview. So there we can see what happened on the income. Let's choose all entries here and show account overview. Then we have a kind of general overview here. And then we have an income of our 19% account we created before. So let's look into the details. And here we can see posted invoices. And since we selected all entries, we can also see the draft invoices here with the according values. Okay. Okay. Next to it, we also have the general ledger, which is here showing all the postings we did up till now. So here again, similar view like we had before. We can see that 4.4 is an account type view. So we have a sub account of it. And here we have the invoice, the posted invoices again. Okay, good. Also important part we did not include here in the use cases directly. Next to the budget, you can see the assets. It was removed as well. but of course, assets is also important to set up in finance. So it's brought back by the OCA modules again, and we are using this nearly in each project where the finance is really up and running. Okay. Good. Okay. Maybe we can look into some more functionalities. We did not set it up completely here for the demo, but this is also something where we are happy to have the OCA modules available, which is for SEPA payments. And there are 2 modules already provided by the OCA to handle the transfer file-based transfer from Odoo to the bank. And this is also a great tool handed out by the OCA. Okay. Okay. Yeah, as you can see here on the left side, there is a number of modules installed. We can take a look into it and also talk about them. Like we said in the beginning, the employees and the attendants, there is a lot of enhancements included from the OCA. So when we go there, we have reports from the OCA for the attendance here, like the theoretical and the real attended time. And let's look at that. Yeah. Okay, no result for whatever reason. Sorry, that's not how it should be. Okay, nope, it's not opening, sorry. Maybe I need to switch the database. Just a second. Second. Okay, so I'm back. Okay, now I just switched the database and like to look into this one here. So let's take a look into the employee solution here again, or maybe, sorry, no, let's start with the reconcile. Just want to show where it is related here, but okay.
Alfred, reconcile is on the bank statements. You go on the bank statements.
Yeah, but here is not even a dashboard in this database.
Okay.
So that's a picture later. Okay, we have a database here. Just switching my language. Okay. You would need to import a new invoice. Sorry, a new statement to reconcile, right? Here we have the model, the menu item for the reconciliation, but we do not have imported a bank statement yet, so this is not prepared here.
Never mind. It's just hop over to it, but it's important module and we are using it usually pretty often.
Okay. Okay, then I can maybe show something on this one here to jump into the employees again. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look on the attendance module. So here we can see in this database we have a lot of attendances. Just let me switch the language here as well. And with the attendance, we also have, of course, the time off or the leave, which you can also see here in the attendance type. So this one is, for example, a leave type we have created in this database, and there the OCA supports with additional modules. Let me close my connections. Locked off. Okay, we have the public holidays available from the OCA here to configure them and import them automatically, which is big help for the attendance section. And also on the employee itself, we have some additional features here. So let's maybe look into the employee itself. Let's search for, come on. Yeah. Okay. there we have also enhanced the functionality, but we are using a lot of base modules from the OCA. Like you can see here already, the RFID code and the PIN code. So we enhanced the attendance solution that we can use, for example, tablets that an employee can log in, log out. And therefore, we also created some functionalities to track overtime hours and such things. But this is really based on OCA modules. So like you can see here, we have an overtime count, but the overtime as well as the other informations here like batch ID or fleet from a mobility card is OCA based. Okay. In the leave types, this is also added by us, but the base is also OCA to have different leave types on the employee, and we enhanced this functionality in a project. Here you can see most of the additional options from the OCA modules, like here in the sections citizenship, like gender, passport, IDs, date of birth, place. These are all important informations, and especially for the human resources department, this is really important to have that information available. But for some reason, it's required to have OCA models that those informations are there. And this is really helpful. Sometimes it's really hard to get to have the overview what is already available from the OCA. But if you look into the functionalities you can have from that, it's really a big support. Okay. The shift details is kind of mixed. So to create shifts, there are also modules available, and especially for the MRP customers, of course, it's interesting how the resources are planned and which shift they are going to take. And therefore, this is also very important. In general, when we deploy a new system, we usually have up to 100 or even more OCA modules deployed right away, which we are always using, and then based on demand, we are adding additional modules there.
Okay. Is there any more areas where we would like to point out, like production or those areas? I know that they are not set up in the origin database, but they might be an option right now since you have already switched to database anyways.
Yeah, of course, we have the bunch of the field service modules. We did not prepare values or data for that, but of course, the field service is, I think with more than 25 modules, a real big solution from the OCA, to handle this one. So we can take a look at that, for example. As you can see already in the settings, this is the setting of the field service. And you can imagine that each setting is related to additional module there. So there is quite a lot of functionality included, and which is really a big support for customers which need to plan their teams. It's also related to fleet, for example. Maybe you can take a look at all the functionalities here. So that equipment, of course. So what equipment is required, also related to the fleet and the workers you have there. So what are your teams? What are the skills there for the according people you have in the field service? And as you can see here, you can manage the vehicles or the fleet itself. And there's also a module available. It's not installed here, but you can also plan your field service routes using Google. And this is really a helpful feature to have a good process on how the field service orders are handled or in which sequence they are there then. The field service module itself is also related to other modules here. Like you can see, it's linked to a project, for example, or you can also sell field service orders as well as the CRM. So you can track CRM for the field service as well. So there's really a lot of possibility with those modules. And as I said here, manage route of your workers. This is also something where the system creates a suggestion how the route can look like based on the according dates when the service is scheduled, as well on the location where the service takes place. And here you can see that it is also working with Geo Engine and Google Map. So this is maybe something we should point out, that this is really a big solution and we did not talk about it yet.
Yeah, field service is really a great module for sure. If it's needed for a particular situation with a client, you should really use it, but you also need to make yourself familiar with it before you can use it, for sure. On the manufacturing side, we sometimes are also being asked about the manufacturing planning, like MRP2, and those kind of things are also been included. It's also based on modules from the OCA, MRP planning and MRP inventory, as you can see. So there's also additions that you really can facilitate to make sure that you are going to have a great manufacturing facility that are really needed for doing a complete scope of manufacturing with it.
Yeah, that's right. So just clicked into the manufacturing module here. So it's installed. This is the MRP2 module. And as you can see here, you can define next to MRP areas, you can define MRP area parameter here. Therefore, you can, for example, plan a specific product, and this one can be also added with according values, like you can see here, group days of estimates as a kind of safety stock. So this helps you to plan your manufacturing based on sale or history or sales history, to say, okay, I expect to have that much of sales, and therefore I will plan my MRP accordingly. And therefore you have those values like safety stock, minimum order quantity, and you can group this one. So this makes your suggestion of different manufacturing orders. So when you group, for example, like 7 days, then it will plan a MRP for you every week, and it will split the quantity you planned there based on the group of days then. And that's of course also a helpful tool. And it can be added with some more tools there. So for example, demand-driven estimates or something like that. So this is also something which will also work and which is available in OCA.
Okay, Alfred, thanks very much for giving us a great insight about how this solution really is capable of handling most of really everybody's needs in the industry, whether what kind of business it is. So I think that was really a great possibility to see about this. I'm going to take over the presenter again and conclude with the basically with the remaining slides, and then we leave it up for open it up for questions and answers right after. Is it? So we have seen the showcase. I think it had been a good example of how you really can have an enhanced version of the community that is bringing a lot of things to life. Now, what kind of experience do we have with user requirements? Well, in general, saying that the users are demanding and therefore the requirements might be demanding as well. They usually they tend to sometimes be a little bit obnoxious, but we need to say it's because of their business requirements. And therefore, in our view, there's two ways of fulfilling their needs. There's one thing that existing modules, I think that's the primary choice, because if you have found a module which is aligned to what the customer is needing, then you have the advantage of getting the updated version of the module also. I mean, after a time, certainly, but that is certainly some plus. And there's also methodology that might be in place. It's not always a module that you need, but you also can pretend a particular method and suggest to the customer. The other thing is new development, of course. And on the one point, I think it is really important to understand very thoroughly what is needed, because the customer can also explain a couple of different things, and in the end, it is really questionable whether that kind of exception handling that the customer has in mind is always good for product development. So you should really go with the main course. And then again, see what kind of module there is, if it's having a particular fit and is good, suitable for that particular purpose, you can suggest. If it's having a gap, you might be adding towards functionality. Test it and then see how it's going to be supported. Maybe the module is no longer supported, so you might be then ready to support it yourself and show it to the client. And that's the one possibility. The other possibility is that might be a route that a couple of partners are taking, that they want to do basically the development on their own. That's of course something that is custom built for the partner, for the customer. That is sometimes a good fit. Well, most of the time it's a good fit on the one hand side, but it might be a very special case also. And therefore you might be off when it comes to the next customer, which might be having a slightly different requirement than your development might not fit. So in our view, it's always a good idea to make it a general purpose approach, where you try not to be too specific and make it not from the old software that might be also in place where you derive those kind of business processes, but that you think in the language of the Odoo product and in the language and the community of the OCA that you are going to develop. And then if you have it developed readily, you might be considering also to put it up into the OCA. And second topic is, what if modules are not yet available? I mean, we are all kind of bound. We are all having our businesses, and if we are going to do new modules, then for the community, it's going to consume some time. So time is our most valuable resource. So what to do if they're not ported? We would suggest that you should be talking to the originators first. That means you find out about those in the manifest files. Some of the people in the OCA are really huge contributors, and I think we should all be very happy about their work, and therefore talk about their plans and their schedules. They have also their kind of restrictions, limitations, whatever, and therefore you might want to consider them and know when they might be considering doing an update to a particular module that they have brought up. Also, if you have the guts, why don't you participate? I think most of the people are really liking the idea that you might be helpful. And if it's not yet been kind of supported anymore, if you should try to find out first why it's no longer supported. Some of the modules have been actually superseded by others, and therefore it might be having another module that has a better functionality. So you should look into that if it's not yet ported to the current version. And if it's not yet built, of course, you should propose, but you also should consider that there's other people in the communities thinking about the same thing at the same time. And you can actually make a team with it. So you should join the team and try to make those kind of ideas being a community effort. And then you should, of course, think about when you're going to do it, who is going to do what, as always, and then go and do it in particular, because a lot of plans are not yet fulfilled because they're stopping with the thinking and not with the being done. So that's our view of what you can do with regards to the modules. My call to action today is that I think you have seen also that it's possible to build on the OCA stack. OCB as a base, a lot of OCA modules are really great. There might be some other modules that are not yet there. We might consider building them altogether. I think we can make a great solution. An open solution, on the other hand, because as we know, OCA modules are always put up under LGPL here in this case, and therefore it's a good open solution there. I have made a list about some of the modules you've seen today. They are put up on the web page, so you can actually have just a look of what we are using. Usually, it's not a complete list. There might be additions. And hey, we also, if you have good suggestions, please don't hesitate to write us and tell us, hey, this module you have left out, you should consider. We would be more than happy to learn about it. Think about building corporations between us. I think we are somewhat competitors in the market sometimes, but most of the time we are actually more than being cooperative. We should be really putting our strength together. There's a lot of competition around there, and those are usually other companies, other systems, and we should try to get the edge. Well, and thanks again. In particular, also thanks to the sponsors of the community. I think it's great that we have this kind of community all together, and thank you here on that point. If there's any questions, please don't hesitate to ask us now. Here's the sponsorship slide, and my name is Joe Lorenz. Thank you very much today. If you have any further questions, don't hesitate to ping me also on the channels, whether it's chat channel or whether it's email, you can do it. Thanks. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Hello, Pedro.
Hello.
Yeah, so is it the time? Like, should we start?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I think. Just yeah. Okay, so let me introduce a bit. So what's the topic about?
Yeah, maybe we can wait a bit for having more audience.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, let's give 1 minute of
Yeah.
courtesy.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, nice to see you, your face, because we always exchange things by GitHub and
By
not
GitHub, yeah,
having
mostly.
a photo. So it's
That's right.
nice.
Yeah, wonderful. Same here. Nice to meet you.
Listen to me. I see that by my part, I have everything set up. Current attendance seems to be the some of them that have left their connection open. So not sure if they are really attending.
Yeah, right. Yeah, some of them are just online. I'm not sure, like they have left, yeah. Due to the break, I guess, maybe.
Babes. Hi, Babes. And Stefan seems to be here also. Hey,
Hello.
Stefan.
Finally, it's good to see you.
Yeah. Always with my photo from some years ago in the GitHub. It's different now. Directly.
It's true.
Okay, I think we can start because the audience is what it is. We are recording this, so no problem at all. And let me share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Like this. And let's share the whole test. Okay, so thanks all for attending, all of you that will see the offline, online, or also offline later. And this talk, Dasan, you said about doing an introduction, isn't it? Do you want to do it?
No, I think mostly people know you, but yeah, let's do a quick. So mostly it's talk about the working offline without leaving Odoo with PWA catch, right? So maybe you're going to show the sales circuit and sales rep to ourselves, and Pedro Beza over here is like CTO and co-owner of the Technativa. So I think it's a very interesting topic, and yeah, over to you. Very excited.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. And yes, as he has said, the idea is to present here what we are working now for one of our customers, that which goal is to work offline. First of all, let's see what is the classic online Odoo screen that we all know. How it's done? We have our browser, our Odoo client that is run over a browser, and we have internet for connecting to our Odoo server. Sometimes the server is on our same host, but it's not the usual thing. But at the end, we use network technology for communicating with the server and do all the interactions. And data is preserved on a Postgres DB. So this is the classic scheme we have. And now, why do we need offline capabilities? No, it's a question that can arise and say, hey, I have internet connection in all places. Why I need this? Well, that statement is not really true or not true for all the possibilities. So sometimes this connection is not possible, and especially for field service works. Our customer, for example, is a customer of the restaurants, bar, and hotels retailer chain. So they need to take orders on kitchens that are very deep on the ground, on the second or third floor under the ground. So they don't have connection there. Also, all the connections have improved a lot. But it's not only a question of connection, but also the connection speed. You can have connection, but not very good speed. So assuring a constant speed makes us to provide a good experience. So that's also important. And other times it can be that we need an isolated environment by any means. It's not the case of our customer, but I have already heard about other requirements of a specific customers that will require to isolate the environment, and then when you have a trusted connection to communicate and transfer data. So what is the classic offline scheme that people uses for these requirements? Well, you have your browser with direct internet connection, as said on the classic online scheme, and you are a new piece on your puzzle. You need an independent application for handling this offline thing. That application has its storage. You don't worry about that on Odoo itself, and has the capability to disconnect and in one moment to somehow synchronize or something similar. Well, this is not bad at all. It gets to the requirement you are getting to work offline, but it has several problems. What is the problems we identify? Disconnected features. What this means? You have to develop again. You have to put the features you want to have on this independent application. You have to have it replicated on that application. Also, you have a perfect solution on the side of Odoo. Another problem is that you are going by force to use a different user interface. It's not possible, or it will require more work to do an interface equal to the other one. So this will mean that you will need to learn two things, working offline and working online. This is not a problem always, because you can have your field service or so on only using the offline application, so they only know that. But when you want a fluid environment, when you want to work offline or online, no matter what, the different user interface can be a problem. You also have the problem on non-compact updates. If you, for example, migrate from version 12 to version 13 on Odoo, you will need to somehow change the independent application for adapting to this new version. So it will require a coordination of all parts, and the problem that means do the things several times. So we are again on the need of maintaining two things. So let's define another offline approach. What is the paradigms we have followed for defining this? First, we have the features on the server. not on the client side. So we avoid something like the post of Odoo. The Odoo post is offline, but it requires to duplicate somehow the business logic on the client side, or it has specific developments for that part. We try to avoid this. Obviously, applying this paradigm will require to have some constraints. We cannot do everything, but let's see further after this initial thought. Also, the idea is to synchronize data, not to update code or application. These updates can happen because you are updating the core or the framework behind this technology, but not for updating the features you need to have. Another paradigm is to make use of the Odoo web client architecture and also features. So we reuse the same user interface. We can make use of this rich feature set of widgets and so on. And the last one, I think the last, yeah, exactly. The last one, I didn't remember if there is one more, is the centralization of changes. When I update, when I migrate Odoo, when I do everything, I do it once. I don't have to coordinate or make another thing in another place. Okay, so with these paradigms in mind, let's introduce our Odoo PWA cache scheme. PWA are the initials for a technology that we haven't invented. It's a standard web technology that is very trending lately because a lot of work is being done here, both on browsers for supporting it, but also on companies and big companies making use of this technology for similar approaches that the one we have taken. Okay, so using that web technology as base, our cache scheme is going to be this one. We have the same Odoo web client using the browser, and putting this because unfortunately today only Chrome is supporting the whole PWA feature set we need. So this is only compatible with Chrome, not with Firefox, and certainly we haven't tried with Safari, but I think it's not going to be also compatible. Other Chromium-related browsers should be compatible, like Edge, Brave, and so on. And on this web client, we are adding a layer here that is called the PWA cache that will mean the framework we need for doing this offline work. And obviously, this requires a local DB that for storing things, because if not, everything will blow up when we for example, exit the browser or restart our device. Okay, so we have this local DB. For more details, it's an hybrid database. We are mixing IndexedDB, that is also another standard web technology, and sorry, I'm now empty my brain. This one, the simple SQL database, the more simplest one. I don't remember. If I remember later, I will tell you another one. And this one is injected through a JavaScript library because we need a high performance SQL application. And IndexedDB is not a full set SQL. It's only a way to store things and sequentially get the information. So this one, the performance was very, very bad. So we have the advantage of being standard and very fast on storing, but not very fast on reading. So as I said, it's a mix of both. And the rest of the scheme is the same. We are accessing internet if we have it, but with that layer, we can avoid it. So more technically, what we have is this. We have the Odoo web client, and this Odoo web client is sending the same kind of request supposedly to the server, but we are catching such calls, and in our layer we are reinterpreting them, maybe reading from local or maybe simply bypassing to internet. Okay, so that's the technical scheme behind this. So what we have concentrated on implementing this layer is to understand all of these primitives. They are a lot, and they more or less they have to mimic the URL we have on the server side. Obviously, it's not the same complex URL, but only the one that requires to interpret, assess these calls. Let's see how this works in real. So I have it on my own computer, but this is the more logical thing is to use devices like tablets or mobile phones. So I'm showcasing here, but it will be the same. The flow is to access the regular URL you have, and then the system, the browser says that it's an application, and if you want to install it, if you click on yes, this will provide an icon that is put on your applications on the device, and then you can start such application. This application will be borderless, so you won't find the URL and so on. This is provided by the PWA technology, and starting the application in this mode, you have to select if you want to go online or offline. This is because also you can be with connection, maybe you decide to go offline for not having to synchronize data on a slow connection. So going offline starts immediately. Let's see, okay? And if I go online, I have opened it, here it is. If you select online, what is performed before is a synchronization of the needed data. Maybe there are some new records, maybe there are some new precached data that is synchronized. Okay, so with this, even if we are online, you can see here, when we do the works, the first thing that is checked is if we have on our local cache the things. So you can see that the connection or the things that we do are very fast, because all of this is performed locally. Only when the data is not here is queried to the server to fetch this data. Okay, so I have been very quick doing that, but this is a special view that we have prepared for this customer for inputting the sales orders. So what we have here, a very small screen only putting customer, and a special widget that we have also developed, and it's already available on OCA repositories for being able to search quickly and to add units very quickly about the products. This widget is called Product Picker, and you don't need PWA for using this, but in this case, it's all put together for getting this thing. So we can save, and being online, this will be dumped to the server. But now let's go to offline mode. So if we are offline, we can see here. If we create another one, we have the same kind of performance, but when we save, you can see here that the record is offline. And if we go here, we will see that we have 3 records to be synced. Okay, why 3 records? 1 sale order and 2 sale order lines. This is quite technical for users, but for now we have decided to preserve it for having all the information there. And we can simply close the application and start again. Or, sorry, I do it very quickly, and the service workers, that this is the technology behind, doesn't detect and close the connection. So now it is. And if we click on online, you can see that in that moment, the 3 records that we have pending have been synchronized, and now we are working again online. Okay, so this is more or less a brief showcase of the scheme. It's cool, isn't it? I think it is. So let's continue a bit about the internals, because as I have some more time than on the audio experience stuff, I'm going to dig a bit more how this technically works. I thought we have talked about reducing the web client. We need to instruct this layer how to act. And how is this instructions? Well, we create a special definition that is called PWA cache definition records. This is on our system. In this case here, the PW cache, and this, let's put it a bit more bigger. And what is this? These are different types of definition that instructs the web client. Let's start with the simplest one. The model, the type, the cache model. What is this one? Well, we are instructing this layer to get offline this model. Which model? The model contact. So when synchronizing, it will query if there are new partners or some of them change, and then dump them. So with this, we can make offline a part if we provide all the models involved in this. So you can see that we have the partners, we have the product template, the product price list, all the models that are involved on the sales flow. We need them. Okay, we cannot do with a model that is not made online, but the definition is very simple. We put it an name, we say model and which model. We can do another thing, that is to provide a domain for restricting the records that we are going to put. For example, this is very useful because you can think, why not letting the user to provide the ones that are allowed to access? Well, for example, you can see the answer here. We only need to synchronize the last month sales order. We don't want the whole history because it takes a lot of space. So let's restrict the domain, saying we only want that from this date, the last month date. Okay, so with this, we can restrict these things. If not, you will get all the records you have access according to record rules. And another thing we have included as feature is to only make use of this record if you belong to one of the allowed groups. Why also this duplication or this overlap with a standard warrant? In some occasion, we will need to restrict also some kind of records of this type to the groups put. We will see later examples on this. So this allows to have that fine-grained control. If we don't put anything, again, the standard permission system will apply. More things we can put. Here I don't have more, most of them are from model. The following one are very technical ones. I'm not seeing there because they are internal, but let's see and group by this type. See, okay, here you have, for example, we need to precache this reference of XML for having locally the web definition. This is something that is performed by the web client, and it's fixed on the same version. Maybe you are adding, for example, the web environment ribbon. This one you see here also need a client web. So you will need to perform this PW cache record definition for storing them and being able to cache these things. It's very technical, and the base module is providing the ones you need without extra modules, so you won't have any problem in that one. Post and get are the same. We need something that is get through the standard HTTP get and post. For example, this image is get that way. Okay, so let's go to the more complicated one, that is the cache definition for on-chain. What is an on-chain? Well, when you do something on the web client is asking the server what happens with the change you have made. And this is technically called on-chain. This on-chain is performed both for code you have provided for doing some logic, but also on computed fields that reacts on a dependency chain. So, for example, if you have a computed field that depends on the product on a sale order line, when you call on-chain product ID from the client, this computed is also triggered and returns on the same values return the value of that computed field. Okay, so also on the server side, we have two tools, the computed fields or also related fields, and the on-chain methods. On the web client, it's more simple. You only say, hey, I have changed this. Return what you consider. And on the server, this is a process and return. So, as said, one of the paradigms is to not develop code on the client part. What is the only option for this? Well, precache all the possible combinations for this thing. Maybe you are now thinking, wow, that's crazy. There can be a lot of combinations. Well, that's true. Depending on the use case, maybe the combinations are absurd. We have in this customer this problem. On the product, they have about 3,000 products and about 8,000 customers. Doing the combination, it gets to 20 millions of combinations. So that's very huge. The framework can do it, but the mobile requires to store this information. So in that case, we have made some simplification. So let's see this on change, or let's start with a simple one. When we are putting the customer on the sales order, the price list is fed, and for this customer, also the address, the shipping address, and so on. So we have created in this case, the sales order on chain of the partner ID field, and we are providing here what are the fields that will characterize, will define the on-change. So we are discriminating here what are the important data to be passed to the server for differentiate the combination. In this case, it's very simple. Only the partner ID we have selected is the one that determines the rest of the values. So we put that one. And then our cache is stored on the server side. Which cache? All the partners are queried according to this expression, and an on-chain over this parameter is performed, and the results are stored in a table. Okay, we can first, let's see here, yes, queue. As you can see, we are using the queue job technology. So if I enqueue this full refresh, I will see that a job for each of the possible values is stored here. For partner ID, 39, 1, 20, 32, and so on. So these values are processed. You can see it's very quick at the end, but if you have 1,000 or more, it can take some time. So this has now stored the return values, and when we synchronize our PW, these values are transferred to our local DB. So when the web client is executing the same on-chain, we take the local value, not the not query to the server. Okay, so this approach has these cons, but it's very useful for not having to worry about the stack of modules you have installed. Because imagine you have a module that is changing the partner shipping ID, the shipping address that is put. If you, on the classic approach, you would need to develop something on your application to modify the behavior. In this case, no, we only need to refresh the return values, and the return values will take into account these server modifications. Okay, so let's go to a more complicated one, that is when you are changing the product on the sales order line. And in this case, it depends on more variables. Why? Because it depends on the product you are selecting, but also on the price list and partner. Why? Because the price list is determining the prices you are going to use. And the partner is something that is passed along the on-changes for determining the language. So in this customer, we have made a simplification. We are only querying by these two, but also passing one partner for not having an error. If not, we are not getting the values, but this column that puts disposable makes that we are not using this as discriminant. So this allows us to have a manageable quantity of records. We are 1,500,000. If not, as said, it would be 20 millions of records. But this has two constraints. We are not querying by quantity. If you have prices, different prices per quantity, this definition doesn't, it's not valid. And also it's not taking into account several languages, because the language is at partner level. So for this customer, it is acceptable because they don't have multi-language here. So see how we have to decide designing these records depending on the use cases. And with this, all the combination is performed, and it's going to have more possible combinations. So let's see. And now, in this case, this product, this price list. This product and this price list. Another product, another. There is only one price list, so there's not too much there. but this is the scheme. Okay, so this is very good. You have click here and get the first cash value. But what happens when the data change? You change a price, you create a new product, and so on. So for this, we have this part, update triggers. The update triggers section allows to define how to update these things or directly create things. So we can see that, hey, when we create update or remove a product, you have to perform something. What? Well, in this case, we are providing here the same expression that will discriminate what we want to sell. And in this case, is the product that has been updated or unlinked or created. And on the update thing, we have also a discriminant values that will trigger it, because maybe we are changing an irrelevant data and compute again this is costly and we don't want to do that. So only updating the name will require to change that, or the list price or the default code or so on. And we can see that this gets a bit more complicated when the updated item is it's a bit different. For example, a price list item that is affecting price. In this case, we have to query the scope of the item, and according to that, return the affected records. Okay, so with this, we will get an update seamlessly. We don't have to worry about having the latest cache values. So I think this is a very smart mechanism that has, as everything in this life, some cons and some constraints. But in general, we are providing here a good framework for doing all of these things. But not always everything can be modeled this way. Why? Because let's go to this one. No, this one. Okay, sometimes these unchains are not computable. Why? Because we can have infinite values. For example, when inputs are numbers. We have some modules that are the secondary unit set of modules that provides another unit to take the order. For example, you have units, but you also have boxes. And you say a box is 10 units. So when you have one box, you have to put 10 boxes. When you have 10 units, when you put 2 boxes, you have to put 20 units, and so on. So computing this has no sense, because you will have infinite values. So we have provided another tool for also you need to provide some code. This code is very compact and is only informed one time, that is on the server. So you have this specific type that is on change with formula. So what you are providing here is a piece of code for performing this operation. So we have to break a bit our initial paradigms for performing these things, but they are very, very isolated and for very specific things. Okay, so here we need to provide JavaScript code for doing this. And you can see this one is for the secondary unit. You only need to get to see the factor to transfer data and provide that one. Okay, and it's only provided for not triggering the rest of the changes if it's different. Okay, so this is executed on the web client path and provided the same as if you have sent to the server this query. Okay, so this open also. Do you want to say something?
I have a question, Pedro, and that is related to the models. because some of the models are dependent on each others, but
Yeah.
they are forming a circular dependency. That means model 1 is dependent on model 2, and model 2 is dependent on model 3, and model 3 is again dependent on model 1. We found that when we analyzed the Odoo database structure. Have you overcome that kind of situation? Because that's creating a circular dependency, and that is, in our view, not really resolvable. What is your answer to that?
For now, there is no tool for analyzing this. What we are doing, well, we are setting this by hand, respecting that dependencies. So imagine you are adding something depending on contact, and you are not declaring contact as something to be put offline. You will get an error on that case, on the web client, but we are not providing for now a sanity check for that. Hey, you are trying to make offline something that depends on this, okay? But there is no dependency, hard dependency at all on this. What this means, that we don't get the recourse on such dependency change. We are only saving integer values. So if you have a sales order that is for that customer, we are only dumping to our local storage customer ID equal to 3 to 5. It's on runtime when that 3 or 5 integer value is then queried to the REST partner table and then get the value. And if you are if the web client is not able to fetch this REST partner value, you will get an error on that case. So for now, you have to be the responsible for providing a good, a healthy record definition, PWA record definition. For now, on the scope we are doing, this is provided on the modules we are sending to OCA. So if you install, say, PWA cache module, you will have all the needed models for performing sales on standard. If you have other kind of models there, you will need to put it. But this has been also designed to be extendable. So, for example, we have this secondary unit case that is another module, and this module has another module definition for PWA cache, but you only need to install these modules. You don't need to tweak anything depending on the case. Okay, so this is, that's why you see all these subtables here for being able to provide further expressions of the triggers and so on, if you want, on subsequent modules. Okay, so not sure. Do we have more time, or are we past?
Hey Pedro, yeah. So we have like a couple of minutes, 2 minutes, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, this is the architecture. Of course, there is a lot more. You can imagine that this is very huge, but the fundamentals are this one. One last thing to comment before passing to questions. We are doing this for data fetching, for inputting data. Of course, you cannot do offline operations like let's reconcile statements. This is something that can be done easily because there is a huge interaction. Other things, let's validate pickings and then subtract stock and so on. These kind of operations are not covered because the important thing to be done offline is the data fetching. For example, to fill the picking. And then when you get online, then perform the operation. This is, for example, what we have done for sales order. They take the sales order and when synchronizing, they are confirmed. And then trigger the rest of the thing on online mode. Create the picking, the procurements, and so on. You can imagine that this kind of thing is not performed here. So this is the last thing I want to clarify. So now I'm open to questions, and I hope you have liked this. We can say that this is all the tentative work we do on OCA, and we have as pull request. This is the main one that you can search on OCA by PWA underscore cache for finding the corresponding pull request.
Hey, Pedro, great job. You mentioned that the reconcile would not be working. I fully understand. How about if you post something, like if you post an invoice, is that something that you would cover? I mean, are you going to provide the business logic to do the bulk post, for instance, for some lines?
The idea is not to provide this thing because it's not something that you need to do offline. Well, you can add on this because you need it to do it, but we are not focusing on this because that will need to recreate the business logic on the client side. We can have tools like the on-chain with formula you have seen, but the idea is to delay this operation to be done on batch when synchronizing, and only let the most time-consuming task, that is inputting data, to the offline work. Okay. You can see that it's very fluid. You can pass from what? There is a lot of echo. You can see that it's very easy to pass from online to offline. So on our example, they go to the kitchen, take the order, and when they go up and are on the outside, they click again on online, and they have the sales order confirmed and passed to the central for providing the picking and so on.
Hey everyone. So I guess thanks, Pedro. I mean, we don't have like more time permit. So, but maybe, we have like few questions, but we could take directly to Discord channel. Right? Yeah. So maybe, we could jump back to the next. I guess Ben is waiting in the line. Okay, perfect. So thanks all for attending, and see you around GitHub. Thanks, Pedro. Thanks again. Very informative. Bye. Bye. Okay. Hello, Ben.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
And we also have Jevin down there. He's going to be co-presenting with me.
Great. No worries. Yeah, audible. Okay, so we'll begin with the next topic, which is about like why continuous integration is essential for an Odoo DevOps organization. I think it's a treat for DevOps. This is another interesting topic. So I guess Ben Sher will continue. He's a manager of enterprise managed services at Open Source Integrators. So yeah, over to you.
Okay. Jevin, did you see my latest message? Can you share your screen?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Hey, Jevin.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we could now.
Okay. Well, thanks for the introduction. So what we're going to talk about is continuous integration and how it's essential for a DevOps. And we'll kind of go through what us at OSI have been doing for, I would say, probably the last 2 years. But the last year, what we're specifically talking about is Kubernetes-based deployments in this presentation, and how we've really kind of moved forward with doing that on a regular basis for most of our projects at this point in time. So, Jevin. So, like I said, I'm co-presenting here with myself and Jevin. So I'm the manager of the group. What my group manages is what are called Enterprise Managed Services, and that contains our Enterprise Assurance Program, which is basically help desk support for our clients, and then the infrastructure that we manage for our clients, and the DevOps behind that, cybersecurity, the cloud environments that they're running in, on-prem networks, and so forth. I've been at OSI for about 1.5 years. And my background is actually in geographic information systems. I come out of the University of Buffalo, bachelor's, and then a master's in GIS from Penn State. For this, I worked for a civil engineering firm doing a cloud migration for a few years. A bulk of my time was spent at the Department of Energy, running their cloud program and GIS programs. Before that, I was a developer at Esri, a GIS software company. Jevin, why don't you talk about yourself?
Yeah, so I recently graduated from NEU in 2020, and currently at OSI, I'm working as an infrastructure specialist. I manage kind of like the newer technologies here, some of them involving Kubernetes, AWS, Azure, DigitalOcean cloud platforms. I often work on a lot of the CI/CD enhancements, and also on the infrastructure side with a lot of the servers.
Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? First, I wanted to go through some terminology that we're going to be throwing around in the presentation. So just kind of a high level things to expect for some words we might be using. We'll talk about CI/CD, the Jenkins process and how we use Jenkins specifically in our Kubernetes deployments. The branch and workflow that we follow within GitHub, the release process that we follow for a Kubernetes deployment. We'll talk about Kubernetes a little bit. This is not a Kubernetes discussion, but we're going to show how we implement Kubernetes into this process, how we go about releases, and then finally, Jevin's going to walk through a very quick demo of the CI/CD process. So going to the terms, one of the main ones is an image. What is an image? And how we use it. I mean, we refer to it as a Docker image. It's basically like a blueprint for how to build a code repo here. We have our Docker containers, which are built off of the images that are necessary to then launch into Kubernetes environments, and how that's all getting deployed into some sort of registry, which is the next one. So we utilize primarily the AWS and Azure registries on a regular basis, and that's where everything is hosted. Kubernetes, and basically how we deploy into a Kubernetes environment, which takes the containers and launches them into pods, and we'll go into that and puts them into nodes. So we'll get into that, some of that detail. And then Jenkins, which is the open source CI tool that we use here at OSI. So continuous integration is basically the process of getting code and running through different checks to verify the quality of the code and to automate the deployment into a container registry and eventually into our clusters in Kubernetes. So we automate that process up into the dev, what we're going to say the dev namespace, and that's the delivery portion. So the continuous delivery gets it from once you have that merge request and going through into the master branch and getting that all the way to onto a dev environment. Jenkins is our open source automation server that we use to support the CI/CD process. There obviously are many different CI/CD tools. We come across them all the time. Jenkins is our preferred option for that. And how do we use Jenkins? Every pull request, Jenkins creates a trigger and builds and tests and runs against the code. So Jevin's going to go through in detail the tests that we're running against the code that's then pushed in on every pull request. And then once that is pushed into master, Jenkins then goes and tests, builds, and deploys a Docker image that pushes it up to the container registry, and then eventually pushes it into the dev namespace in the Kubernetes cluster. We primarily are doing this inside of AWS and Azure using the Kubernetes service and container registry service that they natively offer. We also do this in OpenShift on DigitalOcean. But primarily these days, we've moved forward more on an AWS and Azure environment and using a lot of their native managed services they provide. Yeah, Jepin.
So here are some of the Jenkins tests that we do. Some of them align pretty closely with the OCA as well. The code styling, the formatting, we're using Black for that. The image building, we're using Docker. The unit tests, we're using the test enabled, and also we also test for the Kubernetes deployment. And we'll get feedback if any one of these tests fail. So this is kind of like our GitHub branch structure on how we have this. We use a master branch and also a future branch, where the master branch is always updating the latest code, and the future branches can be branched off of that for any of the developers. So this is kind of how the Jenkins test job looks. Essentially on GitHub, we have a pull request webhook that hooks over to Jenkins, and from there it tests against the code this way. Here we have another job set out that is, there's a webhook linked over to master, and the master branch will essentially build the Docker image, push it up to the registry. Some of them we have in ECR, in AWS, and some of them we have in Azure, and we also have registries in GitHub Enterprise. But from there, it'll go ahead and try to build the image and then deploy it over to the Kubernetes development namespace. And lastly, we have another job that's a Jenkins release job. So once it's in that dev namespace, we have a manual trigger that we can do on the Jenkins release job where we can have it create the GitHub tag, create the registry tag, and also deploy it to a test and QA environment. And this is currently in like a beta stage. Ben, I think you're muted at the moment.
Sorry. So some Kubernetes definitions that we have in place here that are standard Kubernetes terms, but just to kind of go through them again. A pod is essentially a component of Kubernetes that can hold one or more containers. Next slide. The namespace is how we organize the subclusters. So within a namespace, so inside the cluster, we can have multiple namespaces. We run our dev, test, QA, production. We can run other applications inside of a Kubernetes cluster. So the namespace is a way to organize your cluster within your cluster. A node is essentially an instance, a server, VM, whatever you want to refer to it as, that runs the pods. So in AWS and Azure, we set up auto scaling groups inside the cluster. So we can run on 1 to 2 nodes until it needs to scale up, and then starts building more nodes and then deploying more pods. So there's no persistent storage on these things. It's essentially running these pods and auto scaling based on the resources necessary to run things appropriately. And then the load balancer, so we have our ingress that comes in and basically distributes the traffic around the nodes. And that's essential to basically, in the end, access your application and get through the cluster securely. So the first is our dev namespace. So this is the one that is automatically deployed to on every change to the master branch. So once it gets into Jenkins and we push to the master, it then automatically pushes to the ECR and pushes it down into the dev namespace to have a new dev environment available. And then for our test namespace, so the dev namespace is done automatically by our developers when they actually go ahead and merge through. The test right now, our infrastructure team would deploy to test. We're actually working on automating that process so it would automatically get deployed into the test namespace. Same thing in QA. When it's ready to go to QA, we run the Jenkins release job and we deploy to the QA environment. That is a manual step at this point in time, and will probably remain that way for the time being. And then our production environment. So once we're ready to do a production release, we would again run the Jenkins release job, back up the environments, and deploy to production. So it basically pulls the latest production DB and file store, pushes it on to the other spaces, and then we would then deploy everything to production. So just kind of an overview of the breakdown here is at the bottom level, we have the dev namespace. And the way we run things is we can run the database and the file store in pods, or we can use the RDS and we can use S3. So for the dev namespace, everything is local to the pod. We're not nothing is persistent. So next one. The test namespace and the QA namespace, it pulls down the backup. It runs a backup cron job and puts onto the test. It puts the database and the file store. On QA, it does the restore, but it actually hosts it inside of the RDS versus being locally to the pod. And at the top level, we have our production environment where we have a managed database in AWS at the RDS, or if it's it can be Aurora in AWS, it can be Postgres, same thing in Azure or DigitalOcean. And then the file store would run on blob storage or S3 storage inside of the cloud environment that we are on. And daily it runs a cron job and backs up everything and puts it into a backup directory inside of S3 or blob storage. So now we're gonna just quickly go through a demo where we're going to merge a commit, run through Jenkins, have an image built, and then have an updated dev namespace. So this is where Jevin's gonna do a quick walkthrough.
Let me share a different screen. Okay, can you see my GitHub screen at the moment?
Yep, you're good. Okay,
so here I created a PR. This is our master branch. This is our feature branch. I'm going to be merging it in, and we're going to be able to see the automatic actions that happen. So here I merged the branch through. I'm going to delete that. And over here, I'm going to see a build being triggered. And we can kind of watch through that build. So here there's a trigger. It's going through, getting the repo. You can see that it's now building the image. Now it's going through the step where it's pushing the image up to the ECR. And now at the end of it is where it triggers, this portion is where it triggers the actual deployment over to that Kubernetes namespace. So if we go over to this website, we can see that the website is currently down because the container is still rebuilding. And it may take a little bit for it to come up as well.
So while we wait for that to come up, we can move on to questions.
Yep, Jevin. So any attendees have some question, could post, could post in the chat or could directly ask over here.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I think we're asking people to put the questions in the chat.
Oh, okay. And here we can see that the container is finally up, or sorry, the pod is finally up. And we can see the Odoo maintenance screen.
So Jevin, there's a question, I think, do you have some advice about how to put module updates in production without interrupting service for the customer? I don't believe we do module updates without planning a production release and planning for outage time with the client.
So I think that you might be able to do it with the load balancers, but yeah, we haven't tested with that yet. Shifting the application over to a different load balancer and then updating the second one and then moving it back.
Hey, Ben, one question on the testing. Ben?
Yes.
One question on the testing. You mentioned that you're using Black for the testing of the application, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that kind of code testing? Is that high level application testing? What kind of testing is that?
It's a formatting tool that we use to make sure that the Python code all aligns together.
All right, so but it's really not about the application testing itself. Like if there's any kind of bug in the application, you would not find out. You just find out about the code quality itself, right?
Yes, I believe. Yeah, I think for us, I'm not too sure if it does anything else, but we use it for just formatting the code.
Okay, good. Thanks.
And so right now, the tool that's actually building this is the Marabunta tool. We use it for our migrations. But that kind of concludes the demo on how we can push to the master branch or have the developers push to the master branch, and it'll automatically trigger Jenkins, and Jenkins will go through and try to build the image. And if at any point it fails, we'll see that the job failed, and the developer will be able to come here and see that their build failed and try to kind of figure out how that failed and what they can do to fix it. And if it goes all the way through, then it'll end up deploying, and then they can actually view the changes that they made on that dev server. And from there, once they're good and they're happy with what's there, we can then go and push it to tests, and that's where we have those cron jobs running automatically, pushing the production backups and over to the test and QA system. And we can see what the Marabunta tool does there as well with building with actual data.
Sounds good. So Ben and Jevin, I think we have like few more minutes, so maybe we could wait for if there any question.
Okay, we'll hang around.
Yep, sounds good.
Got one more question. If you have those kind of developments done on separate Docker containers or Docker images, I understood. How do you assemble those if you want to migrate the whole machine to some other version or something?
Can you repeat the question?
I was wondering, I think the developments are dependent on the branches, right? And therefore you've got different Docker containers for all of those kind of developments, right? So each branch is a Docker container itself. Is that true?
No. So
Hey Jevin, sorry to interrupt, but I think there's some echo from your side.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm muting myself.
Oops, sorry. So the master branch is the one that ends up building the Docker image and ends up updating like a latest image. The feature branches, those don't really do anything until they're merged into that master branch. And so if the developer wants to build a Docker image locally, they can. The repo is set up to do that. But the actual merge into the master is what will trigger that image build and push over to the ECR.
Joe, we got some customers with building a namespace for each of the pull requests before it gets merged. That's something that can be done and automated. The issue is it consumes a lot more resources. We actually had one customer with what we show today runs in the same cluster. What we've done with this other customer is they had 3 different clusters for the 3 different stages of development. And so one of the cluster was dedicated to running all the container and building the container for all the feature branches in the pull request, but it's not the same budget.
Well, thanks, Max. It's somewhat related because we're wondering if it's possible to really then reconcile the coding that had been put out into separate Docker containers into one. That was what I was looking for.
Anything else?
The Ben, I think that's it. I guess then no more questions I could see in a YouTube channel or over here.
Okay, well, thanks for the time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Ben, and thanks, Jevin, for this amazing presentation. So maybe Bhavesh could take it from over here, and maybe we could slowly move to the next talk. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Okay, cool. It seems like the last talk for the OCA day one, so I'm pretty excited. So let's wait for the few more minutes and we will start a very interesting topic for the subcontracting in manufacturing world. Okay, so 2 more minutes and we will start as per our schedule time.
Thanks, Bhavesh.
Cool. I can see your screen, so that is very great.
Good. And you can hear me all right?
Yep, everything is good.
Okay, good.
Okay, 1 more minute. Okay, so we reached our time schedule. So please let me welcome Melody Flattery. She has a 10-year experience in ERP system as well as a 15-year experience in manufacturing system. She is currently working as a manufacturing consultant at the open source integrator and my colleague. So let me over to her. Please, Melody.
Thanks so much, Bhavesh. So good morning. Well, I guess good evening for some, good morning for some. It's a pleasure to be here and to be able to talk with you guys a little bit about my experience in subcontracting and audio, what we found as we worked through some clients. My hope is to make this more of an open forum collaboration kind of presentation. I want to kind of go over a little bit of what I found, some issues that I found, what we were able to come up with solution-wise, and then talk a little bit about the customer's journey that we had with this. So with that, the first thing that I wanted to kind of talk through is the difference between subcontracting and contract manufacturing. So with subcontracting, of course, you're going to be sending out material to a subcontractor. They're going to be creating basically the finished good or a sub-assembly, a lower level assembly of a finished good and sending it back to you. The difference with contract manufacturing, of course, is that the contract manufacturer actually manufactures the entire finished good from the OEM and then sends it back to the original OEM. I'm not a huge proponent of contract manufacturing. In all reality, it's actually ends up being cheaper to just buy the finished good directly through the supplier or the vendor rather than having them as part of kind of your company or your team and having to get those contracts signed and so forth. So my experience, we use subcontracting a lot. It can be anywhere from multiple pieces that need to go out to multiple subcontracting. Sometimes you have a subcontractor that drop ships to another subcontractor and then back to the OEM. So that's a little the difference between subcontracting and contract manufacturing. A lot of times you're sending materials out for the subcontracting. That's your actual your raw material, your owned inventory. And the difference is contract manufacturing, usually they own all the inventory and they're just producing the finished good for you. So why do we use subcontracting or contract manufacturing? A lot of it is to help with the cost of the product, the end result. A lot of times it's because you can get it for a lot quicker due to resource capacity, the time of year for your business, and so forth. And then a lot of times you can cut down costs drastically by sending products overseas and then having them come back to you. We used it a lot in my past because of seasonal work. We had less employees at certain times. And so there were times that we would bring it in-house and we would manufacture it in-house. But a lot of times we would send things out because we had such fluctuation in resources. So a really quick kind of about the client that we learned a lot about subcontracting within Odoo is Ursa Major. So they are a propulsion company. They build rockets. They are located in Colorado here in the United States. They have a few unique situations. They have a subcontractor that owns Ursa Major material that we had actually had to set up a location for that subcontractor so we could actually see exactly what they had in their inventory. And then we built Odoo around the fact that when a purchase order gets created for the subcontracted finished good, it would actually go out and say, hey, does this subcontractor have enough material, or do we need to actually send more material with that the raw material with the finished good out to the subcontractor. This company basically is heavy in engineering. They are somewhat of a startup company that are trying to kind of figure out exactly what they can do inside of Odoo to get them to the point where they can be acquired at some point in time and build rockets for our future. So we had to be really, really agile and flexible to figure out, sometimes they're going to manufacture it in-house, sometimes they're going to send it out, sometimes they have to send it out to, one subcontractor one time and another one the next time, just depending on lead times and when they're able to produce and when they're not able to, based on their schedule and their master schedule. So we had to build the system up in order to be able to do that. So one of kind of the downfalls that we found is that when you're having a subcontracting bill of materials, you link that subcontracting bill of materials to an actual vendor. It's always associated to that vendor. So one of the gaps that we had found while doing all of this was that you had to go in and manually switch out your subcontractors if you wanted, like your MTO, if you wanted to automatically drive your purchase order to be able to have that subcontractor pulled up. You had to kind of manually go in and shift that. So still things that we're working on throughout this process. But Ursa Major was a great company to work with to be able to kind of drill down exactly how to be able to use subcontracting in their manufacturing world. Again, extremely heavy in engineering. Things are constantly changing. Even if a part went out to subcontracting, there were times that the drawing had changed in the middle of all of it. So being able to have Odoo to have that communication with the vendor back and forth. So we needed to set all of that up where they can send the drawings out. And of course, this is an ITAR client, so we needed to make sure that we kept security and ITAR related resources secure inside of Odoo. So that was always fun to do. So some of the issues that I had found along the way, kind of with how subcontracting is set up right now inside of Odoo, it can be a little clunky and hard to navigate with accounting and reconciliation. When that SBC transfer happens, or that manufacturing order, I like to call it the ghost, because sometimes you can find it if it's open, depending on how you have the configuration set up, you have to, it basically kind of just disappears and goes away. So for accounting and reconciliation, there's nothing that links back to the actual originating manufacturing order or the originating purchase order. It's just a journal entry saying that, we sent something out under an SBC transfer, but then it doesn't ever link back up. So it was really difficult for the accounting team to kind of figure out how to reconcile all of that WIP of the subcontracting. Usability out of the box is very confusing. Me coming from a past ERP world and then coming into Odoo, pretty new. I started with OSI this January. So I am somewhat new to Odoo and trying to kind of figure out how Odoo works with subcontracting comparatively to all of the past. Usability out of the box, again, with this whole kind of ghost manufacturing order in the background that's happening while the product is out with a subcontractor, that was very new for me. I had never seen really that before. Usually it's a service provided. Subcontracting is just a service, but Odoo has it set up where it's actually a manufacturing order in the background, and then that manufacturing order gets closed based on configuration and how you set it up automatically when those parts are received back into the OEM. Setting up routes and operations is extremely important. One of the things we had found that we had to keep on going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth through testing and walkthroughs with the client is that if your routes are not set up correctly, nothing will happen or you'll receive errors. One of the big things is if your operation types and routes aren't set up correctly, you won't get an out transfer, meaning that you'll have an in transfer to bring those products back in, but there's never an out transfer to actually send the raw material out to the subcontractor. So some solutions that we found, because I come from the user's world, I come from the person who uses the system day in and day out, as well as I was a past kind of ERP manager at my last company. So, I was helping users of how to use, the ERP system. So one of the things that I had found is creating smart buttons inside of Odoo is extremely usable and great functionality for the client on their side. So we were able to, on the purchase order itself, it would automatically show the delivery. So you weren't needing to go and find the transfers under the inventory overview screen. And then also the subcontracting operation type. We added that for visibility on the Kanban view. So then the user can actually see what is waiting to go out for subcontracting, as well as what we're waiting to come back in. And that was extremely helpful for the client. We also set it up to auto-complete the SBC MO. With that, it wasn't like this was just kind of sitting here, because one of our other clients, we have it where the manufacturing order is there. It shows that there's a subcontracting manufacturing order. You actually have to go into that subcontracting manufacturing order and complete it. That adds a multitude of steps for the user and just doesn't work. So doing that where it auto completes when it gets received in back to the OEM is extremely helpful for the client. And then also adding in source document. So right now at certain transfers and certain forms inside of Odoo, it will reference the source document. What we found is that if we actually had that first as a hyperlink, so the user can actually click on that source document, but also the originating source document. So if it's a PO originating from an MO, we made sure to have that originating source document on there. All transfers associated to that PO or that SBC MO, we also put in as a hyperlink. So no matter what screen you were on inside of Odoo, you could click on that originating PO and know where it was actually coming from. That was, again, very useful for the client. So helpful hints along the way that I have learned, being somewhat new to Odoo, but also understanding what the client's needs are based on my past experience with manufacturing. Routes and rules, extremely important side of Odoo, and making sure that those are set up correctly. The subcontracting bill of materials. If you don't have the subcontracting bill of materials set up correctly with the right subcontractor vendor associated to the subcontract bill of materials, it won't link onto the inventory tab and the subcontractor. So that kind of makes it a little funky if you're not able to make sure that those link together, because it won't actually create a PO to the right subcontractor, or it won't even create one because it says you don't have a subcontractor. So making sure that that's actually set up. This is kind of where this is vendor listed as a subcontractor, and making sure that you select the variant so it is selected the checkbox underneath of that inventory vendor. SBC transfers are ghosts. That's kind of what we call them, depending on the configuration. So it's really understanding the concept of SBC, where to go and find those transfers, and then setting up configuration from the user side so they don't even have to worry about it. Because in all reality, they should not even, in my opinion, should never even have to go to that SBC transfer or MO. Reconciliation of WIP for subcontracting, time consuming for the accounting department. We're making some customizations and variations to kind of our baseline for this to make sure that journals for WIP is set to reconcile, but we're trying to get it where it's actually auto reconciling. So it pulls everything up for subcontracting into one journal item. So it's much easier for accounting to reconcile at the end of the month. Again, we customized for originating document on journal entries and journal items, again, for usability and visibility for the client. And then, like I just said, we're setting it up in customization for auto reconciliation, which will help them greatly. It'll cut down many, many hours of work for them trying to kind of just search and find to reconcile. Another thing to make sure of is paying attention to stock moves, making sure that it is going, it's going out to the subcontractor, coming into WIP, and then coming back in to inventory, making sure that actually happens. So the journal items that are associated with those are recognized, but also for visibility from the manufacturing floor, from inventory, that they really know where their parts are and what's going on with them. And then you can have multiple bill of materials. So with Ursa Major, we have bill of materials that are manufactured, so make, buy, and then multiple subcontracting vendors associated to that specific bill of materials. So, you know, trying to figure out and finagle our way through the system to figure out how that was all set up. But yeah, the other thing is the sequencing. So if you have something as a make, as that's your first priority, and then the other time will be buy to maybe send it out to a subcontractor, that sequencing is really, really important inside of Odoo, because it'll always go for, you know, the first in the sequence, especially if you have MTO selected. So that's something just to kind of pay attention to and note. So that's really all I had, is I just kind of wanted to go over exactly what I had come up with, and from a user side, you know, how subcontracting can work. So I kind of want to open up the floor to questions, what you guys have come up with along the way, what lessons learned that you've had, and, you know, kind of have that open forum right now. So I'm open to any questions or thoughts.
Thank you, Melody, for giving us such a great presentation and elaborate the issues and the solution with us, especially with the accounting, usability, and the setting up the routes and the operations types and helpful tips. Those are very helpful for the people, you know, who see the subcontract as a very complex subject, but you discover very well. I personally like it. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Bhavesh. Thank you. Come on, somebody's got to have a question out there.
For sure.
Does everybody use subcontracting? I mean, is this something that everybody uses daily, that they talk with their clients about, or is this kind of a unknown out there? You know, that's what I'm kind of curious, because I know some clients use it, some clients don't. Some clients like to steer way far away from it and figure out their own kind of internal process to figure it out. So, you know, what has been people's experience with it?
Okay, we will wait for the few more minutes. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so far no questions on the
Nope.
Discord or Zoom chat or the YouTube. Please feel free to share your knowledge on the MRP side, and if you have any discover the issue and you have resolved, then it would be great to bring with us.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Bhavesh, if there's no questions or anything, I hope everyone has a good evening and a good morning. And thank you so much for letting me come on and present, and it's been a joy. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Melody. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Hey, Bhavesh.
Hey, Darshan.
Yeah, so I guess the track is over, right? Today's track.
Yes, this was the last presentation, so I think we have covered the all talks. So I will communicate with the host and the moderator so we can wrap
Yeah,
up for the day. Thank you so
exactly.
much for your efforts and moderating the some of the talks.
Yeah, why not, Bhavesh? Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank
See
you.
you.
Bye.
So I just wanted to, confirm this safely recorded, right? I guess.
Yes, everything is recording and live on YouTube. Everything is good.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Bye. Good evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to close the session. Do you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you so much for coming.
Cool. So I can stop the recording. Actually, I'll do it right now. Please ask the host to give you permission. Oh, so you are not the host?
I'm the host, but it seems like I'm joined with a general, or maybe I don't see the host at the end of my name.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. But there is the OCA meeting 2 account that we can log in and come and stop it. So I will ask the other members to come and help us out.
Okay, that's
One
great.
moment.